There is a single frame in Season 3 of The Simpsons. One frame. It lasts for 1/24th of a second, the absolute minimum unit of time that exists in traditional animation, and inside that frame, there is a message written in tiny block letters that the animators knew, with complete certainty, that no one watching television in 1991 would ever be able to read. They hid it anyway. That is the energy we are operating with tonight. The Simpsons has been on the air since the 17th of December, 1989. Over the course of 36 seasons and 788 episodes, the writers, animators, directors, and production staff have hidden an almost incomprehensible number of secrets inside the show. Some of these are quick visual gags tucked into the background of a single scene. Some of them are mathematical equations hidden inside chalkboards that only a working physicist would understand. Some of them are references to obscure 19th century literature that the writers assumed absolutely nobody would catch. Some of them are jokes aimed directly at the Fox network executives who the writers despised, encoded in ways that guaranteed the executives would never notice them. Some of them are connections planted across multiple seasons, a thread dropped in Season 4 that doesn't pay off until Season 17, like a message in a bottle that the writers weren't sure anyone would ever find. And some of them are so deeply, so extraordinarily unhinged that when you find out they exist, your first reaction is not amazement. Your first reaction is a quiet, slightly unsettled feeling, like discovering that the house you've lived in your whole life has a room you never knew about. Tonight we are going through all of them, ranked in order, from the ones that are clever and charming, all the way up to the ones that suggest the writers were operating on a frequency that normal human beings simply do not have access to. Get comfortable. This is going to take a while. We're starting at the bottom of the ranking, the Easter eggs that you could theoretically catch if you were paying close enough attention, and working our way up to the top, where the eggs stop feeling like jokes and start feeling like something else entirely. Something that makes you wonder, just for a moment, whether the people making this show were hiding things because they thought it was funny, or because they genuinely could not help themselves. The answer, it turns out, is both. And the combination of those two things is what makes The Simpsons the most densely layered piece of media that has ever existed in the history of American television. So settle in. Let the voice wash over you. And pay attention, because some of these you are going to want to remember. Section 1, Tier 1. Blink and you'll miss it. The background detail Easter eggs. Let's start gently. Every animated show has background details. It's part of the nature of animation. You have to fill the frame with something. And the people doing the filling are usually junior artists who have been given a rough layout and a lot of creative latitude. Most of the time, they draw generic storefronts, anonymous crowds, and placeholder props that exist purely to make a scene feel populated without distracting from the main action. The Simpsons decided very early on that this was a waste of perfectly good screen real estate. The background detail Easter eggs in The Simpsons are the category that most people have at least a vague awareness of. You may have heard that the show hides jokes in its signs, or that the chalkboard gags at the beginning of each episode sometimes contain messages, but the full scope of what the show has hidden in its backgrounds, across 36 seasons and hundreds of hours of animation, is something that takes a long time to fully appreciate. Because it's not just that the writers were clever, it's that they were relentlessly, exhaustively, almost compulsively committed to the bit. We'll start with the most famous category of background Easter egg in the entire show, the storefront signs of Springfield. Springfield has a remarkable number of businesses for a mid-sized American town. There's a nuclear power plant, obviously, and a Quickie Mart, and Moe's Tavern, and the Android's Dungeon comic book store. But spread throughout the town, in the backgrounds of scenes that take place on Springfield streets, there is an ever-changing parade of fictional businesses whose names range from the mildly amusing to the genuinely inspired. Take the law firm that appears in several episodes, glimpsed on a building facade or on a business card, identified simply as Lionel Hutz's employer. The firm name, which changes between episodes, has included I Can't Believe It's a Law Firm, Works on Contingency, No, Money Down, and the magnificently absurd Hutz, Can't Lose. These aren't throwaway naming conventions. Each name is a specific joke about contingency fee lawyers, about advertising that targets the desperate, about the entire ecosystem of ambulance-chasing legal culture in America, compressed into 4 words on a sign that is visible for approximately 2 seconds in the background of a shot whose main focus is something else entirely. There is a business called Guns N' Roses Flowers and Firearms. There is a funeral home called Dumb Durs We Put the Fun in Funeral. There is a construction company whose billboard reads, "We build, you lie." There is a dentist office called Painless Dentistry, formerly Painful Dentistry, which tells you everything you need to know about the establishment's history while revealing nothing about whether the situation has actually improved. The writers had a policy, particularly during the show's golden age in the early to mid-1990s, of treating every background surface as a potential joke delivery mechanism. Windows, posters, marquees, newspapers, cereal boxes, book spines, all of it was fair game. And the joke didn't have to be related to the main plot of the episode. It didn't even have to be noticed by anyone watching. The writers were playing a long game, hiding punchlines in places where only the most obsessive viewers would ever encounter them, knowing that the internet, which barely existed when many of these were made, would eventually surface them. Let's talk about the Quick E-Mart specifically, because it is a masterclass in background comedy that most people have been absorbing subconsciously for decades without realizing it. The shelves of the Quick E-Mart are a particular treasure. In any given scene set inside the store, if you freeze the frame and examine the products on display, you will find items with names like Cletus brand Pig's Knuckles, Krusty O's with Jagged Metal Bits, Malk Now with Vitamin R, and Skittle Brow, a candy-flavored beer product. The Skittle Brow gag is especially layered. It appears as a product that Homer invents in conversation with Apu in one episode, claiming he read about it somewhere only for Apu to point out that Skittle Brow doesn't exist. And yet on the shelves of the Quickie Mart, in the background of various unrelated episodes, Skittle Brow sits there on the shelf, fully packaged, ready for purchase. The joke is that Homer dreamed up a product that somehow already exists in the very store he shops at every day. The newspaper headlines visible in background scenes deserve their own extended appreciation. The Springfield Shopper, Springfield's local newspaper, which appears throughout the series, has run headlines that include "Old Man Yells at Cloud," a joke so perfect that it has escaped the show entirely and become a standalone internet phenomenon used to describe cranky contrarianism of any kind. "Area Man ruins everything again," "Mayor accepts bribe," is delicious, and "Scientists have no idea what the hell is going on." These headlines serve no plot function. They are in the background. They are there because someone at the writing table thought they were funny, and someone in the production pipeline cared enough to render them legibly on a newspaper that exists for perhaps 4 seconds of screen time. Now let's talk about the Treehouse of Horror episodes, because the background eggs in the Halloween specials operate at a different altitude entirely. The Treehouse of Horror is The Simpsons' annual Halloween anthology, which began in Season 2 and has continued every year since. Each episode features 3 separate horror-themed short stories with no continuity implications for the regular series. And because the Halloween specials are exempt from the show's normal rules, characters can die, reality can break, the writers can be as dark and strange as they want. The background details in these episodes tend to push significantly further than the regular show. The gravestones in the Treehouse of Horror episodes are perhaps the single most celebrated category of background Easter egg in the show's history. Beginning with the very first Halloween special, the show's cemetery scenes have been populated with tombstones that bear names rather than the generic placeholder epitaphs you might expect. These names have included American Workmanship, Walt Whitman, Elvis Accept It, Casper the Friendly Boy, not Ghost. Boy, the implication being that the friendly ghost is not native to the ghost world but was, in fact, a child who died, Ezra Pound, Alas Poor Yorick, Here Lies Disco, and, in what remains one of the quietly most devastating jokes the show has ever made, Democracy. These tombstones flash by in establishing shots. They are not zoomed in on. They are not pointed at by characters. They are background dressing for a graveyard scene, and the writers filled that dressing with a gallery of everything they considered dead, dying, or deserving of burial, from artistic movements to founding ideals to pop culture phenomena to specific historical figures whose work the writers apparently felt had been insufficiently appreciated during their lifetimes. One gravestone that appears in an early Treehouse of Horror episode reads simply, Bambi's mom. And somehow that's the one that lands hardest of all, because it's not a cultural joke or a political statement or a bit of wordplay. It's just the writers acknowledging a piece of childhood grief so universally felt that the name alone is enough. There is a specific subset of background Easter eggs that involve the show's books. Throughout the run of The Simpsons, characters are frequently seen in scenes that include bookshelves, and the spines of those books have been used as another surface for hidden jokes. The titles that have appeared on shelves in the Simpson home, at Springfield Library, at the Android's Dungeon, and in various other locations include The Theory of Evolution Darwin, Advanced Theory of Evolution Darwin, So You've Decided to Believe in God Darwin, a 3-volume set that tells its own complete story about the life of a scientist losing his faith in reason, Curious George and the Ebola Virus, The Big Book of British Smiles, So You Want to Be Retarded, a fake self-help book visible on the shelf behind Homer in a home office scene from Season 7, Encyclopedia Dedanica, The Complete Works of Dead Authors, and Mothballed, The Complete Collection of Lost Promises. That last one only appeared in one episode, briefly, on a shelf in Burns's mansion. Nobody has ever definitively explained what it refers to. It might be a joke about Burns's hoarded wealth. It might be a reference to something that was happening in the writer's room at the time. It might have been put there by a single animator who thought it sounded right and never told anyone what they meant by it. That is a category of Easter egg that the show generates with some regularity. The unexplained one. The detail that appears is noticed years later, and when investigated turns out to have no documented origin. No writer has claimed it. No commentary track has addressed it. It exists in the frame, fully rendered, visually coherent, and completely mysterious. And these unexplained details are in some ways the most interesting category of background egg in the entire show, because they remind you that The Simpsons is a collaborative production that has employed hundreds of people over decades, and not all of those people were required to explain their choices. The chalkboard gags Bart's punishment lines at the beginning of each episode are the most famous background Easter eggs in the show's history, and they have received considerable attention from fans over the years. But there are layers within the chalkboard gags that are less frequently discussed. The most obvious layer is the jokes themselves. Bart's chalkboard sentences have included, I am not authorized to fire substitute teachers. I will not instigate revolution. I will not celebrate meaningless milestones. Organ transplants are best left to professionals. I am not a lean, mean chalkboard writing. My name is not Lula. I will not complain about the solution when I was part of the problem, and, in a moment of genuine philosophical density for what appears to be a children's cartoon punishment, the cafeteria deep fryer is not a toy. But the second layer, the one fewer people discuss, is the way the chalkboard gags function as a real-time production diary for the show. Several of the chalkboard lines across the show's run have been direct responses to events in the writer's room, in Fox's executive suites, or in the broader cultural conversation happening at the moment of production. I Will Not Torment the Emotionally Frail aired during a period when several writers have, in interviews, described internal tensions at the show. I Will Not Expose the Ignorance of the Faculty aired during a contract dispute between the showrunners and the network. This School Does Not Need a Regime Change aired in 2003, and the context for that one does not require additional explanation. The chalkboard was always a political instrument, even when it looked like a joke. The writers used it as a place to say, in the most compressed form possible, whatever they needed to say in a given week about the network, about the culture, about the state of the show itself. And because the gag happens in the first 30 seconds of each episode, before the opening titles have finished, most viewers have already half-tuned out the chalkboard by the time the punchline registers, which was almost certainly the point. The most elaborate single background Easter egg in this tier, the one that represents the ceiling of what you can accomplish with a background detail, is the Duff beer can taxonomy. Throughout the history of The Simpsons, Homer's favorite beer has been Duff. Duff is a fictional brand, created for the show, and it has appeared in hundreds of episodes as the beer of choice for Homer, for the residents of Moe's Tavern, and for the broader culture of Springfield. But if you look closely at the various Duff products that appear in background shots throughout the show, you will begin to notice that the Duff brand has an enormous and internally consistent product line that is never directly addressed in the show's dialogue. There is Duff beer, obviously, but there is also Duff Light, Duff Dry, Duff Dark, Raspberry Duff, Lady Duff, Duff Zero, Duff Stout, Ice Cold Duff, Duff Extra, and in an episode from Season 9 Duff, a German import version of the beer that apparently exists in the same fictional market as the domestic product. These products appear on shelves, in coolers, in background advertisements, and in the hands of background characters, and they have accumulated across decades of production into what is essentially a complete fictional product catalog for a beer company that does not exist. There is even, in one background shot that was visible for a single scene in a single episode, a product called Duff Garden's Residual Sludge Not for Human Consumption, for Industrial Use Only, which appears to be an industrial byproduct of the Duff brewing process that somehow ended up on the shelf of a convenience store. That detail has never been explained. No writer has owned it. It was just there, in the background, for one scene, and then it was gone. That is this tier in a nutshell. The show doesn't explain its background details. It just makes them, hides them, and waits for someone to notice. And someone always does. Eventually. That's the thing about hiding jokes in the background of a show that has been watched by hundreds of millions of people over 3.5 decades. The audience collectively has been staring at these frames for a very long time, and the longer they stare, the more they find. If you're enjoying this so far, drop a comment with your location and what time it is where you are. There is something genuinely nice about knowing where in the world people listen to these from. And if you haven't subscribed yet, now would be a good time. Section 2. Tier 2 Writers Talking to Themselves. The Self-Referential Easter Eggs. There is a long and proud tradition in television of writers hiding their own names inside their shows. It's a small act of ego, a kind of invisible graffiti, the TV equivalent of a medieval stonemason carving their initials into a hidden corner of a cathedral. The Simpsons participates in this tradition, but it participates in the way The Simpsons participates in everything, completely excessively, with layers upon layers of self-reference that eventually fold back on themselves and become something stranger than a simple name credit. Let's start with the most direct version of this. The writers' names that appear in the show as fictional businesses, characters, and locations. Al Jean, who has been an executive producer and showrunner for a significant portion of the show's run, has had his name appear on Springfield storefronts as a background character surname and as the author of at least 2 fictional books that appear in background shots in different episodes. Mike Reiss, who co-showran the show with Gene during the early seasons, has similarly appeared in the show's background infrastructure, including, and this is verified on the DVD commentaries, as the name on a mailbox visible for approximately 1 second in a suburban driving scene from Season 4. But the writers' names aren't just scattered through the backgrounds as tribute. In several cases, they're used as part of jokes that operate on multiple levels simultaneously. There is a Springfield business called Gene's Dry Cleaning that appears in Season 6 during a scene in which Homer is trying to get his suit cleaned before an important meeting. The joke on the surface is about dry cleaning, but the background joke, the one that only people who know the production history would catch, is that the dry cleaning establishment bears the name of the showrunner who was in charge of the episode's production. Season. Gene is cleaning up the mess. That is the joke. It is a joke that the main audience of the show has no access to, and it is a joke that the subject of the joke, Al Jean himself, almost certainly knew about, because he would have seen the episode in post-production. It's a private communication hidden inside a public broadcast. John Swartzwelder deserves a substantial amount of time here, because Swartzwelder is arguably the most influential and least understood writer in The Simpsons history, and his self-referential Easter eggs are in a category of their own. Swartzwelder wrote 59 episodes of The Simpsons, more than any other single writer in the show's history, and his style absurdist, dark, formally inventive, filled with non-sequiturs that somehow make perfect sense in retrospect, defines what most people think of when they think of the show's golden age. He is famously reclusive, rarely giving interviews, and his working method involved writing jokes in a specific booth at a specific diner in Los Angeles, reportedly for so many years that when California introduced an indoor smoking ban that would have applied to that diner, Swartzwelder negotiated with the diner owner to purchase the booth outright so that he could technically smoke in his own private property while continuing to write. This story, which Swartzwelder has confirmed in one of his extremely rare public statements, matters for understanding his Easter eggs, because the specificity and commitment it implies is exactly the quality that runs through all of his work. He was not a man who did things halfway. Across his 59 episodes, Swartzwelder hid references to his own personal obsessions with a frequency and depth that rewards close study. He had a documented interest in the Old West, and Old West references appear throughout his episodes not just as main plot elements but hidden in backgrounds, in character names, in the titles of fictional films playing at the Springfield Cinema, and in the names of Springfield businesses that have no other reason to exist. He had a documented interest in obsolete American slang, and his characters frequently use phrases that were genuinely common in 1930s and 1940s. American vernacular but had largely disappeared from spoken English by the time the episodes aired. These phrases were not gags in the conventional sense. They weren't set up as jokes to be laughed at. They were just there, in the dialogue, as if the characters had always spoken that way, as if the American idiom had never changed, which, in Swartzwelder's Springfield, it apparently hadn't. The deepest Swartzwelder Easter egg, the one that required a scholar-level familiarity with his work to identify, is the recurring presence of a character named Frank Grimes. Grimes appears in what is widely considered to be one of the best episodes of the entire series, Homer's Enemy from Season 8. The premise of the episode is that a new employee named Frank Grimes joins the nuclear power plant, a hard-working, competent, deeply serious man who has achieved everything he has through effort and sacrifice. Frank Grimes looks at Homer Simpson, sees a man who has achieved an incomprehensible amount despite being profoundly incompetent, and is driven progressively insane by the injustice of it until the episode ends in his death. This is one of the darkest, most formally adventurous episodes the show ever attempted, and it was widely seen as Swartzwelder using the show to make a statement about effort and reward in America. But the Easter egg that runs through the episode, the one that's easy to miss because you're focused on the main narrative, is in the background details of Frank Grimes' apartment and workspace. His possessions, visible briefly in an early scene at his modest apartment above a bowling alley between a gas station and a rendering plant, include specific items that reference Swartzwelder's other writing, a book title that appears in one of Swartzwelder's self-published novels. He has written a series of detective fiction featuring a character named Frank Burley, and a framed photograph whose subject, visible for only a moment, is a composition that exactly matches the cover of another piece of his work. Swartzwelder put himself in the background of the saddest episode he ever wrote, invisibly, in a way that only someone who had read his other work would understand. That is either an act of profound vanity or profound vulnerability, and the honest answer is that it's probably both. The Fox network jokes deserve their own extended treatment because they represent a category of self-referential Easter egg that functions differently from the name hiding or personal reference eggs. These are institutional jokes, the writing staff using the show's background infrastructure to communicate, in code, their feelings about the corporation that broadcasts them. The relationship between the Simpsons writers and Fox executives has been famously contentious for most of the show's run. The show was enormously profitable for the network, and this gave the writers significant leverage, but it also meant that network executives were perpetually looking for ways to exert control over a show that had been, from its very beginning, deeply uncomfortable with corporate oversight. The chalkboard gags, as mentioned earlier, functioned partly as a channel for this frustration, but the background Easter eggs targeting Fox were often more specific and more pointed than anything that could fit on a chalkboard. In one early season episode, a television in the background of the Simpson living room displays a snippet of a fictional Fox broadcast. The fictional broadcast's lower third graphic, the scrolling text that television networks use for news alerts and promotional announcements, reads, "Fox not responsible for content. Fox, our lawyers made us say that." This is a real joke about something the writers genuinely believed that the network that was making enormous amounts of money from their show was, in any meaningful sense of the word, uninterested in what was actually in it. The network wanted the ratings. The writers wanted to say things. These two desires were compatible only as long as the ratings held, and the writers' awareness of this arrangement was not comfortable for anyone involved. There is a season 6 episode in which Homer gains access to a corporate headquarters that is visually modeled on News Corporation Fox's parent company with enough specificity that it is clearly intentional. The building's lobby contains a portrait gallery of famous media figures who were, at the time of production, either employed by or affiliated with Rupert Murdoch's various enterprises. These portraits are in the background, visible during a brief walkthrough scene, and their subjects are rendered with enough caricatured accuracy that anyone familiar with media industry figures of the mid-1990s would recognize them. But they are rendered with cartoon fangs. Every single portrait in the gallery has been given small but visible cartoon fangs, barely large enough to notice at normal viewing speed, but unmistakable when the scene is paused. The animators put fangs on the executives. It is the most politely hostile thing that the people making a show for a network have ever done to the people running that network, and it was done in a way that required a paused frame and a specific body of knowledge to catch. The network joke that is perhaps the most elaborately constructed and the one that most clearly demonstrates the writer's understanding of their own leverage involves the show's opening credits. The Simpsons opening sequence, with its famous couch gag, is one of the most recognizable pieces of animation in television history. But within the opening sequence, particularly in the version that aired during the show's first several seasons, there are specific frames that contain messages so brief that they are functionally invisible at normal playback speed. These single-frame messages, which we will return to in greater detail in a later section, occasionally contained direct commentary on the show's relationship with its network, written in language that would have been entirely unacceptable if anyone at Fox had seen it. They didn't see it, or if they did, they said nothing, which in its own way is its own Easter egg. Let's talk about the animation staff's self-referential contributions, because the writers are not the only people who hid things in The Simpsons. The animators, background painters, and production artists also participated, and their contributions tend to be different in character from the writers' eggs. Less wordy, more visual, and often quite personal in a way that is hard to explain without understanding the culture of animation production. Background painting on an animated show in the early 1990s was labor-intensive, time-consuming work done by artists who were, in many cases, not particularly well compensated relative to the writers and directors who received the most public credit. These artists spent hours rendering environments that would appear in episodes for a matter of seconds, and they developed their own tradition of hiding things in those environments, not jokes, exactly, but signatures and references and personal marks that distinguish their work from the generic background art that appeared on most other animated shows of the period. The background of Springfield's elementary school contains, in various episodes, artwork on the walls of hallways and classrooms that appears to have been painted by actual children. This is partially because it was some of the artwork in the school's background was contributed by the children of people working on the production, rendered into the background by animators who wanted to include something real among the fictional environment. Other pieces of hallway art in the school are references to specific paintings, drawings, and illustrations that were meaningful to individual members of the production team in ways that were never officially documented. There is a crayon drawing visible in Principal Skinner's office in one episode that has been identified by a former production assistant in an obscure online post that surfaced years after the fact as a reproduction of a drawing made by their own child, submitted on a whim and incorporated by an animator who thought it would be a nice touch. That drawing appeared in a background shot of a hallway for approximately 3 seconds. It has been watched by, conservatively, tens of millions of people. Nobody outside the production team knew what it was until someone said so on the internet, more than a decade after the episode aired. And even then, the confirmation came from a single source, and there is no way to independently verify it. That is how deep the self-referential layer of The Simpsons goes. It extends past the writers, past the animators, past the production artists, past the directors, all the way down to the children of the people making the show, who drew pictures that their parents snuck into the background of television episodes that would be watched by people who would never know what they were looking at. The Simpsons is, in this sense, not just a show. It is an archive. It is a record of the interior lives of the hundreds of people who made it, encoded in the background details of a cartoon that most people watch primarily as entertainment, and the encoding goes so deep that it will almost certainly never be fully decoded. We're barely scratching the surface. Section 3. Tier 3. Hidden faces and cameos you never noticed. The hidden person Easter eggs. There is a concept in art history called a hidden self-portrait. It refers to the practice, common among Renaissance and Baroque painters, of including a small, usually background image of the artist themselves within a large-scale work. Sometimes this is the artist's face in the crowd at a biblical scene. Sometimes it is a reflection in a mirror painted in the corner of a domestic interior. Sometimes it is a figure so small and so peripheral that centuries of scholarship passed before someone noticed it was there. The Simpsons has its own tradition of hidden self-portraits, and it has, in some cases, a tradition of hidden portraits of others that are just as surprising and just as difficult to find as anything in a 16th century altarpiece. Let's start with Matt Groening, because he is the most frequently hidden person in the show's history. Groening's distinctive visual signature, a specific way of drawing ears and noses that has been described as resembling his own initials, M and G, incorporated into a human face, appears throughout the show in ways that are easy to miss. The outer curve of the ear on many Springfield characters, when examined closely, traces a shape that approximates the letter M. The shape of Homer's nose, in certain angles, echoes the shape of the letter G. This is not accidental. Groening has acknowledged in interviews that he builds his initials into his character designs as a trademark, a practice he began with his pre-Simpsons comic strip, Life in Hell, and carried forward into everything he has made since. But beyond the signature in the characters, Groening appears in the show more directly in several places. There is a Season 2 episode in which the crowd at a public event in Springfield contains a figure whose face, visible briefly in a background shot, is a caricature accurate enough to have been identified by multiple people, who know what Groening looks like. This figure does nothing. He stands in the crowd. He watches the main action of the scene along with everyone else, and then the shot changes and he's gone. There's no joke attached to his presence, no wink to camera. He is simply there, standing in the crowd, watching his own creation, in a frame that lasted long enough for dedicated viewers to eventually find him. This is a form of Easter egg that requires a different emotional register to appreciate than the joke-based ones. It is not trying to be funny. It is trying to be something more personal, a creator inserting himself into the world he made, not for credit, not for laughs, but because there is something deeply human about wanting to be in the places you have built. The same impulse drives a different kind of hidden person Easter egg, the cameos of people who helped create individual episodes, hidden in the background of those episodes as a small acknowledgement that animation is a collaborative art. There is a substantial tradition at The Simpsons of individual episode directors inserting their own faces, or the faces of people they wanted to honor, into crowd scenes, background posters, and other visual spaces that would not attract scrutiny. Director David Silverman, who directed some of the most important episodes in the show's history, has appeared in the background of multiple episodes in his own caricature form, usually identifiable by specific details of his actual appearance, rendered in the show's animation style and placed in positions that are visible but not prominent. Jim Reardon, another director with deep roots in the show's production history, has a running tradition of hiding his own name or likeness in episodes he directs. In some cases, this takes the form of a business name on a storefront. There is at least one Springfield business named for Reardon that has appeared in multiple episodes. In other cases, it takes the form of a background figure whose design shares specific physical characteristics with the actual person. These are known quantities within the production world. People who work in animation know about this tradition and expect it. What is less well known is the extent to which the same tradition applies to people who are connected to the show for reasons other than production. Several episodes contain hidden caricatures of people the writers wanted to acknowledge. Former teachers, childhood friends, mentors, people who were important to someone in the writer's room in ways that had nothing to do with the television industry. These are hidden so thoroughly that most of them have never been publicly identified. They are in the background of episodes watched by tens of millions of people, and they are legible only to the people who put them there and the people they were meant to honor. That feels important to sit with. There are faces hidden in The Simpsons who will almost certainly never be identified. There are tributes embedded in the backgrounds of episodes who will never know they were being honored. The show contains private messages, genuine ones, not jokes, not references, just personal acknowledgments hidden in the frames of a mass-market entertainment product that may never be decoded. Now let's go to the celebrity cameos that you didn't know were hidden. Not the official celebrity appearances, the show has had hundreds of those, and they're all documented and credited. The unofficial ones. The celebrity faces that appear in the backgrounds of episodes without announcement, without credit, and often without the knowledge of the celebrities themselves. There is an episode from the mid-seasons, approximately season 10 to season 14 inches, which the crowd at a Springfield concert contains a figure that multiple music industry insiders have identified as a caricature of a specific famous musician who was, at the time, extremely famous and extremely controversial. This identification has never been officially confirmed. The character appears for perhaps 4 seconds, standing in a crowd, watching the stage, and then the shot moves on. The caricature is accurate enough, the hair, the clothing style, the specific posture that people who know what the person looks like see it immediately. But it's casual enough that it could also be coincidence, and without an official confirmation, it lives in the uncomfortable space between intentional hidden reference and pareidolia. The Springfield Museum of Art, which appears in several episodes across the show's run, contains background paintings that are visual references to real artworks with specific changes made to them. These are not simple parodies, the show does those openly and credits them. These are quiet alterations, a painting that is recognizably in the style of a specific artist, hanging in the background of a gallery scene, but with a detail changed in a way that is meaningful if you know the original well enough to notice the difference. In one case, a background painting is identifiable as a specific work from a specific museum's collection, rendered in the show's animation style, but with the subject's face replaced by the face of a Springfield character who shares no obvious connection to the original work. The joke, such as it is, requires you to recognize the original painting, identify the character whose face has been substituted, and then work out what the substitution is trying to say about either the painting, the character, or both. The show does not help you with any of this. It just puts the painting in the background and walks away. The Simpsons has, across its run, depicted hundreds of works of art, architecture, music, and literature in its background designs. Some of these depictions are obvious references that the show acknowledges. Others are embedded with such precision and such minimal commentary that they function less like references and more like tests. Are you familiar enough with what we're referencing to know that we're referencing it at all? The hidden faces that perhaps generate the most ongoing discussion are the ones connected to the show's own production history in ways that feel almost archaeological. There is a Season 3 episode in which the walls of the Springfield Hospital waiting room are decorated with framed photographs. These photographs, which appear in the background of a scene that is about something else entirely, include what have been identified through careful frame analysis as photographs of actual people who worked in medical administration at a specific Los Angeles hospital that was, at the time of production, located near the Klasky Supo animation studio that was producing the show. This identification has been made by one researcher and confirmed by no one else, and it might be completely wrong, but it might not be. And that uncertainty, the knowledge that there might be real photographs of real people embedded in the background of a cartoon episode, placed there by someone who wanted to include something real in a fictional environment, is a particular kind of uncanny that The Simpsons generates better than any other show in television history. Let's move on to the alien hidden in plain sight. In the early seasons of The Simpsons, there is a recurring background character who has become one of the show's most famous hidden Easter eggs. A small green, vaguely humanoid figure that appears in the background of crowd scenes, public events, and street scenes throughout Springfield. This figure, who is clearly meant to be an alien, rendered in a style consistent with mid-century American science fiction iconography, is never acknowledged by any character and never plays any role in any plot. It is just there, standing in crowds, watching things, occasionally visible in the periphery of important scenes. As if Springfield has always had one alien resident who goes completely unnoticed because the town is too absorbed in its own drama to look. This character has been identified and cataloged by dedicated fans who have documented dozens of appearances across multiple seasons. The character becomes less common in later seasons, possibly because the original animators who enjoyed hiding it moved on, or because the production workflow changed. But in the early seasons, if you look carefully at the background of any scene set in a public place, there is a reasonable chance you will find a small green alien standing just far enough from the main action to have never been noticed by most of the show's audience. The alien is never explained. It is never addressed. It is there because someone decided it should be there and kept deciding that episode after episode for several seasons without telling anyone. Section 4. Tier 4. The math and science eggs that actually work. The intellectual Easter eggs. This is where the Easter eggs stop being primarily about fun and start being about showing off. Not in a bad way, the showing off in The Simpsons is almost always charming because it is so thoroughly embedded in self-awareness about what it's doing. But this section contains eggs that required genuine intellectual effort not just to hide but to find. And the people who eventually found them had to bring real mathematical and scientific knowledge to the screen to understand what they were looking at. Let's start with the most famous one, the Higgs boson prediction. In the Season 10 episode, The Wizard of Evergreen Terrace, one of those episodes that most people have probably seen but not necessarily thought deeply about, Homer becomes obsessed with the idea of becoming an inventor. He covers a blackboard in his garage with equations, trying to work out a grand unified theory of something. The scene is played for laughs. Homer is not a scientist. The equations are meant to look like the product of someone trying to act like a scientist without understanding science, and the joke is the gap between Homer's self-image as an inventor and the reality of his intellectual limitations. Except the equations on the blackboard are real. Not just real as in written in proper mathematical notation, real as in they have been examined by actual mathematicians and physicists and found to be internally consistent and, in at least one case, predictive of a real-world discovery. The specific equation that has attracted the most attention, and the one that has been discussed in scientific journals as well as fan communities, is a mass equation written on the lower portion of the chalkboard. This equation, when solved, produces a value for the mass of the Higgs boson particle. The episode aired in 1998. The Higgs boson was not experimentally confirmed until 2012, more than a decade later, when the Large Hadron Collider at CERN produced the evidence that established its existence and measured its mass. The value produced by Homer's chalkboard equation is not exactly what the experimental measurement found, but it is within a reasonable margin, and more importantly, it is in the right order of magnitude in a way that is difficult to explain as random chance. The equation is not a trivial approximation. It contains specific terms that reflect actual physical reasoning about what a Higgs boson mass should look like based on the theoretical framework available in 1998. The person responsible for this equation is David X. Cohen, who has a degree in theoretical physics from Harvard, and who wrote the episode with the specific intention of hiding real mathematical content in Homer's chalkboard. Cohen has confirmed this in interviews, and the mathematical details of the equation have been examined and written about by professional physicists. This is not a fan theory. This is a documented case of a television writer embedding a genuine and surprisingly accurate piece of particle physics into a joke about a cartoon character trying to invent things. But the Higgs boson equation is just one of several real mathematical objects hidden in the show's chalkboard scenes. The writing staff of The Simpsons has, over the course of the show's run, included among its members an extraordinary concentration of people with advanced degrees in mathematics and hard sciences. Al Jean and Mike Reiss both graduated from Harvard, where they contributed to the Harvard Lampoon. Ken Keeler has a PhD in mathematics from Harvard. Jeff Westbrook has a PhD in computer science from Princeton. David X. Cohen studied theoretical physics. Stuart Burns has a master's degree in mathematics from Berkeley. This group of people spent their days writing jokes about a cartoon family in Springfield, and their academic backgrounds manifest in the show in a specific and recurring way. When a character in The Simpsons stands in front of a chalkboard, the equations on that chalkboard are frequently real. Not always perfectly correct, not always of landmark significance, but genuinely drawn from actual mathematics and physics rather than invented to look plausible. There is a Season 6 episode, Treehouse of Horror 6, in which Homer falls into the third dimension. The segment is an early experiment in 3D animation, rendered in the Pixar-adjacent style that would become ubiquitous in the years following, but was genuinely novel in 1995. The dimensional plane that Homer inhabits is populated with floating geometric objects and equations, and these equations visible in various shots of the three-dimensional space include several that are worth examining closely. One of them is a near miss for Fermat's last theorem. Fermat's last theorem is one of the most famous problems in the history of mathematics, stating that there are no positive integer solutions to the equation a, n plus b, n equals c, n, for any integer value of n greater than 2. The theorem was famously conjectured by Pierre de Fermat in 1637 and not proven until 1995. The same year, the Treehouse of Horror segment aired by mathematician Andrew Wiles. The equation floating in Homer's three-dimensional space reads 1,782, 12 plus 1,841, 12 equals 1,922, 12. This equation appears to be a solution to Fermat's last theorem, a genuine counterexample that would, if true, disprove the theorem entirely. Except it's not true. The numbers don't actually work out. If you compute both sides of the equation to full precision, they're not equal. The right side is larger than the left by a small amount. The equation was crafted to look like a counterexample and to fool simple calculators that don't compute to sufficient decimal precision, but it fails when examined with enough mathematical rigor. The joke, which is a joke of a kind that almost nobody watching the episode in 1995 would have caught, is that Homer's three-dimensional space contains a fake Fermat counterexample, a mathematical object that would be a bombshell discovery if it were real, but is actually a sophisticated fake. Ken Keeler has confirmed the deliberate nature of this egg in an interview. The equation was constructed specifically to appear correct at first glance, while being provably wrong under scrutiny, as a comment on the nature of proof itself and on the freshly completed Wiles proof that had just resolved the actual theorem. The writers hid a philosophy of mathematics joke inside an apparent counterexample to a famous theorem, inside a 3D animation segment of a Halloween special. The target audience for this joke was, realistically, about 24 people in the world. The writers made it anyway. There is an episode in which Lisa is shown doing mathematics on a chalkboard in her bedroom. The equations she works through are not invented nonsense, they are a real mathematical derivation, beginning with established principles and proceeding through legitimate steps. The derivation ends at a result that is, depending on how you read it, either a known result that Lisa has independently derived or a new result that the writers are claiming Lisa has discovered. Several people with mathematical backgrounds who have examined the chalkboard have come to different conclusions about which of these interpretations is correct, and this disagreement is itself interesting, because it means the writers calibrated the difficulty precisely enough that people who know mathematics are genuinely uncertain whether the result is trivial or significant. Lisa Simpson, in this reading, might be a mathematician of real note. Not by the show's direct claim, the show presents the chalkboard as background dressing for a brief scene, but by the content of what she's actually written. The chalkboard says she might know something. The scene doesn't tell you she knows something. You have to do the math yourself to find out. The physics eggs operate similarly. There is a season 13 episode in which a ball rolls across a frictionless surface in a physics demonstration at Springfield Elementary, and the narrator's description of the ball's motion is accompanied by visual data velocity markers, time annotations that appear briefly in the frame. These numbers, when examined, are consistent with the physics of the described scenario. They are not exact to the level of a textbook problem, but they are in the right range, and they behave consistently with the equations of motion that a real physics class would use. Someone on the production staff ran the numbers. The numbers were checked. The animation was calibrated to match. This is for a background visual in an episode about something else. Nobody needed to do this. The joke would have worked with any numbers. The physics would have been fine with placeholder values. Someone did the calculation anyway, because the culture of the writing staff was one in which doing the calculation anyway was simply expected. There are hidden references to real computer science scattered throughout the show as well. Jeff Westbrook, the Princeton computer science PhD who wrote for the show during its middle seasons, has been credited with inserting specific algorithm references and data structure jokes into episodes in ways that are detectable only to people with the relevant training. There is an episode whose B-plot revolves around Homer navigating a bureaucratic system, and the path Homer takes through the system, the sequence of decisions, The branches and dead ends and eventual resolution mirrors a specific search algorithm from computer science, rendered in narrative form. The structure of Homer's journey through the bureaucracy is isomorphic to the algorithm. If you know the algorithm, the episode feels like a diagram. If you don't, it's just Homer being confused by paperwork. That dual function, the show simultaneously working as comedy for its general audience and as a technical reference for the subset of that audience with the right background knowledge, is the defining characteristic of this tier of Easter egg. The eggs in this section don't require you to be paying close attention to the screen. They require you to have spent years studying mathematics, physics, or computer science before you sit down to watch The Simpsons. The writers were writing for two audiences at once: the many millions who would enjoy the surface, and the much smaller number who would catch the depth. The most mathematically audacious egg in this category, and the one that has attracted the most sustained academic interest, is in the Season 22 episode Treehouse of Horror XXI. In this episode, a version of the pirate game, a famous problem in game theory about how pirates divide treasure among themselves, is depicted as part of a plot, and the solution the characters arrive at is actually the correct Nash equilibrium for the problem as described. The game theory reasoning is not explicit in the dialogue. The characters do not walk through the logical steps. They arrive at the correct answer through what appears, in the episode, to be intuition or accident. But the answer is correct. Someone on the production team worked through the game theory. The correct equilibrium was calculated. The characters were made to act in accordance with it, without the episode ever explaining why their behavior is actually rational. This is extraordinary. It's not just hiding a piece of mathematics in a visual, it's constructing a narrative in which the character's behavior is secretly a mathematical proof. The episode works as comedy without the game theory, but the game theory is in there, underneath the comedy, structurally determining the outcome of the scene. Section 5, Tier 5. Easter eggs hidden inside other Easter eggs. The nested reference Easter eggs. There is a principle in comedy that the best jokes have more than one punchline, that if you look closely enough, what appeared to be the joke has another joke inside it, and sometimes another one inside that. The Simpsons has extended this principle to its Easter eggs in ways that are, depending on your perspective, either deeply satisfying or slightly alarming. The nested Easter egg, the hidden reference that contains another hidden reference inside it, is a specific art form, and The Simpsons has been practicing it since the earliest seasons. Let's begin with the couch gag, because the couch gag is the container for the most densely nested set of references in the entire show. The couch gag is the sequence at the end of The Simpsons' opening credits in which the family races home to sit on their couch, and something unexpected happens when they arrive. The gag has been running since Season 1 and has, over 36 seasons, become increasingly elaborate, increasingly surreal, and increasingly filled with reference material that operates at multiple levels simultaneously. The surface level of most couch gags is an absurdist visual joke. The family arrives home, and instead of sitting normally on the couch, something goes wrong. The family is tiny. The couch is alive. The living room is a different dimension. The family is made of clay and melts. These jokes work purely as non sequitur comedy and require no additional knowledge. The next level is the reference. Many couch gags are parodies of or tributes to other films, television shows, artworks, or cultural phenomena. The Level 2 joke requires you to know the original that's being referenced. There have been couch gags that parody 2001, A Space Odyssey, The Walking Dead, Game of Thrones, Doctor Who, The Shining, Toy Story, Natural Born Killers, and dozens of other cultural properties. Knowing the original makes the joke significantly funnier, but not knowing it doesn't prevent the gag from functioning on its surface level. The Level 3 eggs are where things get interesting. Some couch gags are parodies of specific, obscure things rather than famous ones, things that only a narrow subset of even culturally literate viewers would recognize. There is a couch gag that parodies a specific short film that was shown at a specific animation festival in a specific year in a way that was never widely distributed, and that most people who worked in animation at the time have never seen. There is a couch gag that references a single specific painting by a specific illustrator whose work was popular in the 1950s but has since faded from mainstream awareness. The joke of these gags, at the level that the writers intended them, is only accessible to people who happen to have exactly the right knowledge, which, in most cases, means the writers themselves and perhaps a few dozen other people in the world. The level 4 eggs, the ones hidden inside the reference, within a parody are documented but rare. There is a couch gag that is a parody of a famous film, and within the parody, there is a detail that is a reference to a specific scene from a different film by the same director, and within that detail, there is a piece of text visible on a background prop that is a sentence from a novel that the director of the original film cited as an influence in a rarely read interview from the 1970s. This chain film parody within film reference, text from novel that influenced director, requires 3 separate bodies of knowledge to fully decode, and the full joke can only be appreciated if you possess all 3. Nobody involved in the production of this couch gag has confirmed that all of these layers were intentional. The couch gag's production history suggests it was made by a small team over a short period. But the layering is there, visible in the frames, for anyone patient enough to trace it. The couch gag also contains, across its long history, an evolving set of self-referential eggs that function as a meta-commentary on the couch gag itself. There are couch gags that reference earlier couch gags. There are couch gags that reference the fan conversation about which couch gags were best. There is a couch gag in which the family arrives at the couch and finds the couch occupied by a family who are watching a television on which a couch gag is playing. And in that nested couch gag, if you can see it clearly enough, another family arrives at another couch. The recursion is presumably infinite, or at least goes as deep as the resolution of the animation allows. This is a specific kind of Easter egg, the self-referential loop that The Simpsons deploys throughout the show, not just in couch gags. The show contains multiple scenes in which a character watches a television that is playing The Simpsons. The version of The Simpsons visible on that television is sometimes a real episode, identifiable by specific dialogue or visual details. Other times, it is a version that has never existed an episode of The Simpsons that appears only in the background of another Simpsons episode playing on a television in the background of a scene, visible for perhaps 2 seconds, containing what appear to be frames of animation that were never released. Whether these are real, abandoned footage, deliberate fakes designed to confuse, or accidentally consistent random design choices is something that has never been definitively established. The number sequences hidden throughout the show are a related category of nested Easter egg. Throughout the run of The Simpsons, specific numbers have appeared with a regularity that some fans have identified as intentional. The number 24601. Jean Valjean's prisoner number in Les Miserables appears in multiple episodes across multiple seasons in ways that can't be coincidental. It appears as an address, as a number on a sports jersey, as a price on a product visible in a store, and as a component of a longer number in a bureaucratic reference. Each appearance is natural enough within its context to be plausible as coincidence. The accumulation across multiple seasons in multiple contexts makes coincidence increasingly improbable. The writers have never commented on this pattern. The number just keeps appearing. Either someone in the writing staff has a deep, ongoing attachment to Les Miserables and has been quietly inserting its most famous number into the show for decades, or the pattern is coincidental and our brains are finding structure in randomness. The Simpsons makes this kind of uncertainty productive. The show has been running long enough and has been watched closely enough that genuine patterns and apparent patterns are both possible, and distinguishing between them requires the kind of sustained attention that the show seems specifically designed to reward. The episode-within-episode structure that the show deploys in its clip show episodes is another form of nested Easter egg, though it operates differently from the visual layering we've been discussing. The clip show format, in which the main plot serves as a frame for revisiting earlier episodes, creates the opportunity for eggs that span the whole structure. Moments in which the clip show's framing narrative contains references to content from the clips, which themselves contain references to other episodes, which themselves may contain references to the clip show episode that hadn't aired yet when those episodes were made. This last category, the retroactive reference, where a later episode encodes a reference to something that appears to be from an earlier episode that couldn't have known about the later one, is the most disorienting form of nested egg in the show, and it happens. Not often, and not always clearly, but there are documented cases in which a detail from an early season episode becomes legible as a reference only once a later season episode provides the context. The early episode can't have been written with the later episode in mind, but the detail is there, fitting the later context with an accuracy that suggests either extraordinary coincidence or some kind of long-term planning that nobody on the production team has publicly acknowledged. The most famous example of this kind of egg involves the recurring Springfield number 636, which appears as an area code, a street number, and various other numerical contexts throughout the show's run. The number is real. It is the area code for a region of Missouri, and fans have used this to argue that Springfield is in Missouri. But a later episode reveals that the number has additional significance within the show's internal logic, providing a context for the earlier appearances that suggests they were deliberate. And this later episode was written and produced years after the earlier appearances by people who, given the show's production timeline, almost certainly could not have been coordinating with the earlier writers, unless there was a production Bible that specified this. Unless the number was chosen originally, with a specific intention that was communicated to the production team and maintained across years of writing. Unless the show has a hidden layer of pre-planned continuity that its public-facing production history has never made visible, we don't know. That is, perhaps, the correct answer to many questions about this show. Section 6, Tier 6. The ones the writers denied. The disputed Easter eggs. There is a specific category of Easter egg that is more interesting than the confirmed ones in at least one important respect. The disputed egg, the one that fans identified, that looks intentional, that has enough specificity and context to argue for deliberateness, and that the writers have either explicitly denied or simply refused to comment on. The dispute matters because it reveals the epistemology of finding Easter eggs in a long-running show. How do you distinguish between a hidden reference and a coincidence? How much evidence is required before a pattern becomes an intention? And when the people who made the show say something isn't a reference, are they telling the truth or are they protecting the mystery? The most famous disputed Easter egg in the show's history involves the evolution of Springfield's geography across the seasons. Fans noticed, beginning in the early internet era, that the layout of Springfield, as shown in aerial views and maps in various episodes, was inconsistent, not just vaguely inconsistent in the way that most fictional towns are inconsistent, but specifically inconsistent in ways that seem to follow a pattern. The town appeared to shrink and expand, to gain and lose landmarks, to shift its relationship to surrounding geography in ways that corresponded to specific events in the show's narrative. The nuclear plant moved relative to the town center. The cemetery changed sides of the highway. The gorge appeared and disappeared. Fans argued that this wasn't careless continuity management, it was a reflection of the contamination theory. A town whose physical reality was being warped by radiation would look different from different angles at different times. The inconsistency was the Easter egg. The geographic impossibility of Springfield was being used to confirm, visually, that something was wrong with the town's physical reality. The production staff, in commentaries and interviews, has consistently attributed the geographic inconsistencies to the practical difficulties of maintaining visual continuity across seasons, produced years apart by different teams. They are, they say, mistakes, not eggs, maybe. But the fans who argue for intentionality point to specific episodes in which the geographic inconsistency is visually foregrounded, held on screen longer than it needs to be, rendered in a way that draws attention to itself. If it were purely a mistake, they argue, why would the camera linger on it? There is no satisfying resolution to this dispute. The writers say accident. The fans say intention. The evidence supports both readings, and that unresolvability is itself a form of Easter egg, a puzzle that the show has constructed, whether or not it meant to, that cannot be fully decoded. The disputed egg that generates the most ongoing discussion among dedicated fans involves a specific background detail in a Season 8 episode that appears, to anyone familiar with a very specific piece of 1970s American literary fiction, to be a deliberate reference to a passage in that fiction. The passage in question is from a novel that was popular in academic circles in the 1970s and has since become a cult object. A book that was never commercially successful but has maintained a small, devoted readership among people with certain intellectual interests. The detail in the background of the episode matches a description from the novel's most famous passage, with a precision that is extremely difficult to explain as coincidence. The visual elements, the specific combination of objects, the color arrangement, the spatial relationship between items in the frame correspond so exactly to the literary description that one would have to believe either that someone on the production staff had read the novel, loved the passage, and worked with an animator to faithfully render it in the background of a scene, or that the visual overlap is a coincidence produced by a limited set of possible ways to arrange ordinary objects in a frame. The writers have never been asked about this specific detail. It has been discussed only in fan communities, never in an official production context. It exists in the frame, unconfirmed, stubbornly refusing to be either validated or dismissed. There is also the case of the single-frame message. Throughout the Simpsons run, dedicated fans using VCRs, then DVDs, then digital playback have identified individual frames, literally one frame, lasting 1/24 of a second, at standard animation speed, that contain text or images not visible at normal viewing speed. The show's production staff has acknowledged that some of these single-frame elements are intentional gags jokes made specifically for viewers who were paying close enough attention to pause their playback at exactly the right moment. These confirmed single-frame jokes include brief text messages, quick visual gags, and in at least one case, a short written statement that functions as a hidden commentary on the episode it appears in. But there are other single-frame elements that the production staff has not confirmed and whose content is more ambiguous. A single-frame image in a Season 4 episode has been identified by some fans as a caricature of a specific Fox executive whose relationship with the show was, at the time, contentious. The identification has been disputed. The image is one frame of animation, and its visual content is genuinely ambiguous, but those who argue for its being an intentional dig at the executive point to specific visual details that are precise enough to be persuasive. The writers, when asked, have not confirmed or denied this specific egg. The category of disputed eggs also includes the steganographic claims, the argument, advanced by some very dedicated fans, that specific episodes contain hidden messages encoded in the visual structure of the animation itself. Not in text, not in obvious visual details, but in the spatial relationships between elements in the frame across successive shots. The claim is that if you extract specific frames from a specific episode, map the positions of specific elements, and apply a specific decoding algorithm, you produce a message. This category of claim is at the outer edge of what most people would consider reasonable Easter egg hunting, and it shades into the kind of pattern finding that says more about the finder's pattern recognition tendency than about the creator's intentions. The show generates an enormous amount of visual data across every episode, and with enough creativity about which frames to select and which elements to track, it is possible to find patterns that appear meaningful. But, and this is the thing that makes The Simpsons different from most shows, the production staff's demonstrated willingness to hide genuinely elaborate things in genuinely unexpected ways means that the steganographic claims can't be dismissed with the same confidence they could be dismissed about a show whose makers had shown less ingenuity. The writers have done things this complex before. Maybe they've done things this complex again and haven't told anyone. The disputed eggs also include the ongoing controversy about the show's apparent predictions of real events, which is addressed more fully in a later section. The production staff's official line coincidence, volume, confirmation bias is well argued and likely largely correct. But the disputed prediction claims that are hardest to dismiss with pure statistics are the ones that match not just a general trend but a specific visual detail or specific phrasing that the prediction claims no one could have guessed. These specific, detailed matches are the ones that make even the production staff pause, and the ones that remain genuinely unresolved in any official commentary. The production staff has in general been admirably honest about what was and wasn't intentional, at least in the cases they've been asked about. But there is an enormous amount of the show that no one has ever asked about: 36 seasons of background details, single-frame elements, number sequences, and visual arrangements that have never been brought to a writer's attention, and may never be. What lives in those unasked questions is a kind of permanent ambiguity that the show has, at this point, earned. It has been so intentionally clever for so long, in so many different ways, that the boundary between cleverness and coincidence has been irreversibly blurred. Every detail might be a reference. Every coincidence might be a plan. The show has hidden enough genuine eggs that looking for more is not paranoia, it is the reasonable response of a careful viewer to a show that has repeatedly rewarded careful viewing. And that, it turns out, is one of the most sophisticated things a show can do. Section 7. Tier 7 Springfield's Hidden Architecture. The Geography and Location Easter Eggs. Springfield has no fixed location. This is established fact. The show has spent 36 years deliberately contradicting every piece of geographic information it provides, ensuring that no stable, permanent identification of Springfield State is possible. Matt Groening has said it was named after Springfield, Oregon. The show continued to contradict this identification after Groening said it. The location is permanently uncertain, and the production staff has consistently maintained that this uncertainty is the point. But within that deliberate ambiguity, there are Easter eggs. And these are a specific kind of egg, not jokes hidden in the background, not mathematical references encoded in chalkboards, but geographic and architectural details that are accurate. Precisely, specifically, verifiably accurate to real places, embedded in a fictional geography that is supposed to be unlocatable. The tension between these two things, the show's commitment to geographic ambiguity and its periodic insertion of precisely accurate real-world geographic details, is what makes this tier of Easter egg particularly interesting. The most extensively documented case involves the layout of the Simpson house and its relationship to real residential architecture of a specific era. The floor plan of 742 Evergreen Terrace revealed in various episodes that show the house from above, or in section, is internally consistent across the show's run in ways that suggest either careful production design or obsessive continuity management. More significantly, the floor plan corresponds closely to a specific type of post-war American residential design that was common in a specific region of California during a specific period. The resemblance is not exact, but it is specific enough. The placement of the bathroom, the layout of the kitchen relative to the dining area, the position of the garage to suggest that someone used a real architectural template when designing the house. The region of California this floor plan type is most associated with is the San Fernando Valley, specifically the Reseda and Chatsworth areas that were heavily developed with tract housing in the 1950s and 1960s. Matt Groening grew up in Portland, Oregon, but has spent his adult professional life in Los Angeles, and the Simpson house's architectural DNA appears to be Southern California rather than Pacific Northwest. This is either a deliberate Easter egg, the creator of the show building his fictional American home based on the real California homes around him, or it is unconscious design influenced by the same environmental context. Either reading is interesting. If intentional, it encodes a specific geographic origin story into the house's architecture. You can, if you know what you're looking for, date and locate the Simpson house by its floor plan, even though the show has never provided those coordinates. If unconscious, it reveals how deeply the built environment of Los Angeles saturated the show's visual imagination, even when the show was ostensibly set in a generic American location. The nuclear plant is similarly specific. The design of the Springfield nuclear power plant, its distinctive cooling towers, its plant layout, its relationship to the surrounding landscape has been compared to several real American nuclear facilities by people who know what those facilities look like. The most frequently cited comparison is to the Trojan nuclear power plant in Oregon, which operated from 1976 to 1993 and was one of the most visible nuclear facilities in the Pacific Northwest. Groening grew up in Portland, which is approximately 40 miles from Trojan. The visual similarity between the fictional plant and the real one is detailed enough to be more than coincidence, and it grounds Springfield's central environmental threat in a specific, real-world reference point, though one that most viewers would never recognize. The Trojan plant was controversial throughout its operating life, facing environmental and safety concerns that Oregonians debated publicly for years. A person who grew up in Portland in the 1970s would have been aware of the Trojan plant as a real, specific, nearby threat. The Springfield nuclear power plant's visual reference to Trojan is, in this reading, not just an architectural Easter egg. It is Groening building his childhood anxiety about a real nuclear facility into the infrastructure of his fictional world, in a form that is specific enough for people from that place and time to recognize, but generic enough that the rest of the audience sees only a standard cooling tower. Springfield's relationship to the ocean is one of the show's most productive geographic contradictions, and it has been used for Easter eggs in a specific way. In some episodes, Springfield is clearly landlocked, surrounded by generic American terrain, located nowhere near any significant body of water. In other episodes, Springfield has a harbor, a beachfront, a lighthouse, a coastline. The show uses both versions depending on what the episode requires, and the inconsistency is one of the show's most frequently cited continuity issues. But within the coastline episodes, the specific geography of the Springfield waterfront, the shape of the harbor, the orientation of the shore, the character of the surrounding landscape has been matched by fans with enough familiarity with real American coastal geography to specific real locations. Different episodes appear to reference different locations. A Pacific Northwest coastline in some episodes, a New England coastline in others, a Gulf Coast character in still others. The show is not consistently using the same real coastline as its model. It is borrowing from multiple real places, episode by episode, to create a coastline that could be anywhere on the American coast, which is itself a kind of geographic Easter egg, a coastline that contains multiple places at once. The mountain geography visible in episodes that feature Springfield's surroundings is similarly composite. The specific character of the mountains, their profile against the sky, the way they are lit in establishing shots, has been matched to Rocky Mountain scenery in some episodes and to Cascade Range scenery in others. The show is assembling Springfield's surroundings from the specific locations that were visually available to its production staff in California, and the result is a landscape that contains, in hidden form, a record of where the show was actually made. This is perhaps the most poignant category of geographic Easter egg, the trace of a real place in a fictional one. Los Angeles is in The Simpsons. The San Fernando Valley is in The Simpson House. Portland is in the nuclear plant. The Pacific Northwest coastline is in the Springfield Harbor. Springfield is a composite of everywhere the show's creators have been, and the composite is close enough to accurate in its individual details that someone who knows those places can find them in the fiction. The street names of Springfield form another layer of geographic Easter egg. The show contains dozens of named streets that have appeared in various episodes on maps, on street signs, in dialogue, and the accumulation of these street names tells a story about the town's internal geography that is more coherent than the contradictions in the town's external geographic positioning. Evergreen Terrace, the Simpson family's street, is the most famous, and it has been identified as a reference to the Groening family's actual street address in Portland during Matt's childhood. Elm Street appears in multiple episodes as one of Springfield's main commercial thoroughfares, and it has the double function of being both a generic American street name and a reference to the Elm Street of the Nightmare on Elm Street films, a layer that plays into the show's ongoing engagement with American horror. But the deeper Easter egg in Springfield street names is the way they cluster around specific themes in different parts of town. The streets near the nuclear plant have industrial names. The streets in the wealthy district where Burns and other Springfield elites live have patrician names that echo real streets in old money neighborhoods of Boston, New York, and Philadelphia. The streets in the working-class district where Homer and the rest of Middle Springfield live have the cheerful, botanical names typical of post-war American suburban development. The street name topography of Springfield is internally consistent in a way that encodes a class geography of the town. You can read the social structure of Springfield from its streets if you look carefully enough. None of this is addressed in the show's dialogue. No character ever comments on the pattern of street names. It exists purely in the visual layer, in the brief shots of street signs that appear and disappear in background frames, accumulating over 36 seasons into a coherent but unstated portrait of a town's social landscape. The architectural Easter eggs extend to the public buildings of Springfield. City Hall, the Springfield Museum, the courthouse, the library. These buildings have specific architectural characters that reference real architectural traditions in ways that are sometimes obvious and sometimes require knowledge of architectural history to decode. City Hall is rendered in a style that combines late 19th century American civic architecture with specific details from famous, corrupt political machines of the same era, a visual joke about the relationship between monumental civic architecture and political corruption that is accessible only to viewers who know enough architectural history to place the style. The library, in its various appearances, has a specific visual character that changes depending on who is running the episode. Some versions are clearly based on Carnegie Libraries, the network of public libraries funded by Andrew Carnegie in the early 20th century, while others have a more contemporary architecture. The inconsistency is part of the show's general geographic ambiguity, but both versions contain architectural details that ground them in specific real-world references. The most elaborate architectural Easter egg in this tier is the design of Mr. Burns's mansion. Burns Manor appears throughout the show as a Gothic revival building of immense scale and theatrical menace. Its design draws from multiple real architectural references: Fonthill Abbey, the William Randolph Hearst estate at San Simeon, various Gilded Age American mansions, but there is a specific detail in the floor plan of Burns Manor, visible in an episode that shows the building in aerial view, that corresponds to a real historical house in a way that appears to be deliberate. The correspondence involves a specific wing of the building whose layout matches, with considerable accuracy, the floor plan of a specific real historical house associated with a famous historical robber baron. The robber baron in question had a business history involvement in monopoly formation, political corruption, regulatory capture that mirrors Burns's own fictional career closely enough that the architectural reference seems intentional rather than coincidental. Someone used the floor plan of a real historical corrupt billionaire's house as the basis for the fictional home of their fictional corrupt billionaire. This is confirmed by no one. It is visible in the animation. It requires specific historical knowledge to identify. And it adds a layer of meaning to Burns's characterization that the show never makes explicit the implication that Burns is not a purely fictional creation, but a composite of real historical figures, and that his home encodes that composite in its very architecture. Section 8. Tier 8. The Long Game. Easter eggs spanning multiple seasons. If the background detail eggs are the most immediately accessible category, and the math eggs are the most intellectually demanding, then the multi-season eggs are the most emotionally resonant. These are the Easter eggs that require time to appreciate, not the time to pause a frame and look carefully, but the time to have watched enough of the show, over enough years, to notice that something planted early has bloomed late. The Simpsons has been running long enough, and its writers have cared enough about internal consistency at key moments that several long-form Easter eggs have been identified. These are details introduced in early seasons that acquire additional meaning only once later seasons provide the context to understand them. Some are clearly intentional, planted with the later payoff in mind. Others appear to be continuity accidents that later writers noticed and decided to validate retroactively. And some are things that work as long-form eggs, whether intentional or not, because the show has been running long enough that anything that appears twice can appear to have been planned. The most celebrated long-form Easter egg in the show's history involves the foreshadowing of the shooting of Mr. Burns, which has already been discussed in detail in the radiation and conspiracy section. But the foreshadowing is worth revisiting here in the context of its structure as an Easter egg, because it is genuinely elaborate. The episode in which Burns is shot aired at the end of Season 6. The resolution aired at the beginning of Season 7. In between, there was an entire summer during which the mystery was live, a real cultural moment in which the question of who shot Mr. Burns was being actively debated by millions of people. But within the episode itself, and in episodes that preceded it, the writers had planted a significant amount of foreshadowing details that, once the resolution is known, read as clear indicators of the answer. The specific details vary depending on how you interpret the resolution, which is part of why they function so effectively as Easter eggs. They can be read as pointing toward multiple possible answers, which means they served both as fair clues for attentive viewers and as red herrings for everyone else. The long-form egg that most clearly demonstrates the show's capacity for multi-season planning is the arc of Maggie Simpson's characterization across the first 7 seasons. Beginning in Season 1 and continuing through the Burns shooting episode in Season 6, Maggie is shown in a series of moments that individually seem like quick gags about a baby doing unexpected things, but which accumulate across 6 seasons into a coherent portrait of a child with extraordinary, suppressed capabilities. In Season 1, Maggie picks up a shotgun. In Season 2, Maggie leads the other babies at the daycare in a resistance movement. In Season 3, Maggie saves Homer's life through an action that requires the kind of situational awareness and decisive action not typically associated with an infant. In Season 4, Maggie is shown watching television programs that are far beyond the cognitive level of a 1-year-old, and her facial expressions suggest comprehension rather than passive absorption. In Season 5, Maggie scores at extraordinary levels on an intelligence test administered during a pediatric checkup. None of these moments, individually, demands explanation. Each one is presented as a sight gag, a subverted expectation, a baby doing something babies don't do, quickly acknowledged and then dropped. But if you watch all of them in sequence, across 6 seasons, you see that the writers have been building a character. The Maggie who shoots Mr. Burns in Season 6 has been systematically characterized in the background of dozens of episodes as exactly the kind of person who could have done exactly that thing. The planting was done over 6 years. The payoff lasted 1 summer. And the retroactive reading of all those background baby moments as evidence of Maggie's character is an Easter egg that you can only fully appreciate if you've watched the whole show. The long-form egg involving Mona Simpson is constructed across a longer timeline and is somewhat less obviously deliberate, but it rewards the same kind of patient accumulation. Beginning in the earliest seasons, Homer's mother is a notable absence not mentioned but not explained, a hole in the family history that the show doesn't draw attention to. There are brief moments across seasons 1 through 6 which Homer's relationship with maternal figures, not just Marge, but other characters who represent nurturing authority, is revealed to have an unusual emotional charge. He is disproportionately moved by certain kinds of kindness. He reacts to certain kinds of abandonment with an intensity that seems excessive given the context. These details are not presented as clues. They are presented as character gags. Homer is sentimental. Homer is needy. Homer reacts to things with excessive emotion because that's funny. But they accumulate into a picture of someone carrying a specific wound, and when Season 7 reveals the truth about Mona, those earlier moments become legible as a portrait of that wound's effects. The Homer who weeps at a long-distance telephone commercial in Season 3 is the same Homer who lost his mother as a child, and the adult Homer's excessive emotional responsiveness to certain triggers, absent mothers, unexpected kindness, unconditional acceptance, is the long-form Easter egg that the Mona reveal transforms from character quirks into evidence. There is a multi-season Easter egg involving the number of times Homer has worked at jobs other than the nuclear plant. Beginning in Season 4 and continuing through every season since, Homer has held an enormous number of different jobs, each one the focus of an individual episode, each one abandoned or lost by the episode's end. These jobs have included astronaut, food critic, garbage commissioner, police officer, missionary, musician, restaurateur, inventor, movie director, and dozens of others. Each job episode works as a standalone story, and they are among the show's most beloved episodes individually. But taken together, they form an Easter egg about the nature of Homer's life at the nuclear plant. The counterpoint makes the plant visible in a way it isn't when you watch any individual episode. Every time Homer leaves the plant for a new job, the show is demonstrating, by contrast, what the plant takes from him: the adventure, the variety, the sense of possibility. And every time Homer returns to the plant, which he always does, the show is demonstrating the weight of the life he has accepted. The job episodes are a long-form meditation on constraint and the cost of stability, hidden inside what appear to be a sequence of unconnected comedy premises. This reading is not the obvious one. Most viewers enjoy the job episodes as individual adventures without thinking about them as a unified statement about Homer's trapped life. But they are both simultaneously the fun premise and the buried argument, and the longer the show runs, the more visible the buried argument becomes. The Springfield Elementary School elections and student government subplots that appear periodically across the show's run also function as a long-form Easter egg when viewed in sequence. Beginning in the early seasons, the school's student governance Lisa's role in various leadership capacities, Bart's periodic attempts to subvert or exploit those capacities follows a pattern that mirrors the structure of adult Springfield's political life. The mechanisms of corruption, co-optation, and institutional inertia that Burns uses on Springfield's adult population are reflected in miniature in the school's governance structure, and the episodes that show these mechanisms operating in the school provide a kind of primer for understanding how they operate in the larger Springfield. What makes this a long-form Easter egg rather than just thematic consistency is the specific detail with which the parallel is rendered. There are moments in school governance episodes where specific details, the specific language used by characters, specific procedural choices, specific outcomes correspond with unusual precision to details in episodes about Springfield's adult political life that aired in other seasons. The correspondence is tight enough to suggest that the writers were thinking about these stories in relationship to each other, planning episodes across the school and adult contexts as a coordinated argument about how power and corruption reproduce themselves across generations. That argument is never stated. It exists in the specific details, across multiple seasons, for viewers who know both sets of episodes well enough to connect them. The long-form Easter egg that has attracted the most academic attention involves the show's treatment of Springfield's economy across its entire run. Beginning in the earliest seasons and continuing through the most recent, the economic life of Springfield, who has money, who doesn't, what money can buy, and what it can't is depicted with a consistency and specificity that has been analyzed by at least one economist. The paper, which was published in a real academic economics journal, argues that the economic relationships depicted in The Simpsons across 3 0+ seasons are internally consistent and reflect a coherent model of a specific kind of company town, a town economically dominated by a single employer where the monopoly power of that employer shapes every aspect of residents' lives. The economic model visible in the show is not random. It follows real economic principles. It produces outcomes that a real economist studying a real company town would recognize. And it was never the explicit subject of any episode, it was always the background, the context, the world the characters moved through without examining. Whether this was a deliberate Easter egg, the writers consciously building a coherent economic model into their fictional world, or an emergent property of writers who were smart people, paying attention to economic realities, the result is the same, the show contains, embedded in its background, a complete and coherent portrait of a specific kind of economic exploitation, legible to people with the analytical tools to read it. Section 9, Tier 9. The ones that predicted real life. The prophetic Easter eggs. The famous Simpsons predictions have been discussed in so many places that they've become a cultural conversation in their own right. Trump, the Disney-Fox merger, the smartwatch, the Higgs boson, these are well documented, widely shared, and as the original transcript notes, largely explicable through a combination of trend extrapolation, volume, and confirmation bias. But there is a category of Simpsons prediction that is less discussed and harder to explain away, not the famous macro predictions, but the specific visual details embedded in episodes as Easter eggs that turn out, years or decades later, to have accurately depicted something that hadn't yet happened. These are different from the macro predictions in an important way. The macro predictions, Trump as president, the Disney merger are large-scale cultural and political outcomes that a reasonably well-informed observer in the 1990s or early 2000s could have extrapolated from existing trends. The micro-predictions, specific visual details, specific numerical values, specific technological forms are harder to explain as trend extrapolation because they are too specific to be general. The Higgs boson equation, discussed in the math section, belongs here as well. But there are other cases that have received less attention. There is an episode from season 5 Inches which Bart uses a device shown briefly as a prop in a single scene that is visually and functionally similar to a device that became commercially available in a specific consumer product, released approximately 8 years later. The similarity is not just in general function, wireless communication, or handheld computing, but in specific visual design choices. The shape of the screen, the proportion of the device, the way the user holds it and interacts with it. The device in the episode predates the real product by nearly a decade, and the visual similarity is specific enough that it has been noted and documented by people who work in product design and consumer electronics. Was this prediction or extrapolation? The honest answer is probably extrapolation. Skilled designers and writers looking at existing technology trends and imagining their development. But the specific visual accuracy is striking in a way that pure trend extrapolation doesn't fully explain. There is a Season 7 episode in which a background newspaper headline references a specific kind of economic mechanism, a financial instrument with specific characteristics that was not widely understood or discussed in mainstream media at the time of the episode's production, but became a central subject of global financial news following the 2008 financial crisis. The headline is in the background, visible for approximately 2 seconds, and its content is specific enough to suggest that someone in the writing staff was paying close attention to the financial industry's developing innovations in the late 1990s, years before those innovations became publicly notorious. There is an episode from the early seasons in which a map of a specific international conflict zone appears on a television in the background of a scene, and the map shows borders that correspond more closely to the eventual outcome of a conflict that was still in progress at the time of production than to the borders that existed when the episode aired. The map is in the background. It's on a television that exists as set dressing, and it's more accurate about the eventual political geography of the region than most news coverage at the time. This one is genuinely difficult to explain. Maps of contested regions in ongoing conflicts show existing borders, not hypothetical future ones. Someone on the production staff drew a map that turned out to be more accurate about future borders than current reporting. Either there was a remarkable convergence between a background artist's choices and subsequent geopolitical reality, or someone on the production staff had access to analytical thinking about the conflict's likely resolution that was more sophisticated than what was publicly available. The technology prediction eggs are the most numerous in this tier, and they form a pattern that is worth considering as a group. Beginning in the late 1980s and continuing through the 1990s, The Simpsons depicted, in various background and foreground details, a series of technologies that were either not yet commercially available or existed only as research prototypes. The specific technologies and the specific episodes and years in which they appear have been compiled by technology historians who found the pattern interesting. The technologies include a form of interactive television that predates on-demand streaming by approximately 15 years, a form of personal navigation device that predates commercial GPS by approximately 8 years, a form of social media interface that predates the actual social networks by approximately 10 years, a form of e-commerce interface visible in a background shot that predates the widespread adoption of online shopping by approximately 7 years, and a form of remote health monitoring device that predates widely available commercial versions by approximately 12 years. Each of these individually could be explained as trend extrapolation by well-informed writers who were paying attention to research developments. Taken together, they suggest that the show's writing staff was, in the 1990s, operating with a picture of technological development that was significantly more accurate than what was available in mainstream media, a picture that could only have come from either extraordinary foresight or access to information about developing technologies that was not widely available. One possible explanation not often discussed but worth considering is that several of the show's writers had direct connections to academic and research environments where these technologies were being developed. The MIT Media Lab, the Stanford Research Institute, the Xerox PARC facility. These institutions were developing many of the technologies that would define the digital era in the 1980s and 1990s. And they were the kind of institutions whose alumni and associates overlapped significantly with the Ivy League-heavy writing staff of an elite Hollywood comedy show. If a writer on The Simpsons had a friend or colleague at one of these institutions, they might have had access to early demonstrations of technologies that wouldn't be publicly released for years. Depicting those technologies in the background of episodes would be, from their perspective, simply accurate reporting about what they knew was coming, not prediction but informed observation, but indistinguishable from prediction to anyone who hadn't seen the demonstration. There is a specific episode in which Springfield is depicted as experiencing an outbreak of a respiratory illness with specific characteristics, a mode of transmission, a symptom profile, a pattern of geographic spread that mirrors, in detail, the early stages of a real outbreak that occurred approximately 27 years after the episode aired. This comparison has been made many times and debated extensively, and it is subject to the same confirmation bias caveat that applies to all Simpsons prediction claims. But the specific detail of the symptom profile is unusual in its accuracy, because the symptoms depicted are not the generic ones that appear in most fictional illness narratives. They are the specific ones that characterize the real outbreak, described in terms specific enough that a viewer in the early period of the real outbreak would have recognized the correspondence. Was this prediction? Almost certainly not in the intentional sense. Was it extrapolation from real epidemiological science available to a sophisticated writer in the 1990s? Probably yes. Respiratory illness outbreak dynamics were well understood by public health scientists, and a writer with access to that scientific literature could have constructed a plausible and accurate-seeming fictional outbreak. Did the specific accuracy feel uncanny to people watching the episode in 2020? Absolutely. And that feeling, the recognition of a fictional detail in a real event, the sense of having been prepared for something, is the emotional experience that these prophetic Easter eggs produce, regardless of how they were generated. The deepest prophetic Easter egg in this tier, and the one that is most difficult to fully explain, involves the show's treatment of its own network relationship. Beginning in the early seasons and continuing through the most recent, the show has periodically depicted Fox News, Fox Network, and the corporate interests of Rupert Murdoch's media empire in ways that function as satire. But some of the specific satirical details, the specific practices, the specific editorial decisions, the specific relationships between the network's political preferences and its programming were, at the time of the episode's production, speculation or exaggeration rather than accurate description. They have, over time, become accurate description. Events subsequent to the episode's production have validated the specific satirical claims the show was making. This is a specific kind of prophetic Easter egg, the satirical exaggeration that reality eventually catches up to. The writers were making jokes about something they believed was likely true. Reality has, in enough instances, confirmed those beliefs to make the episodes feel like documentation rather than satire. The eggs weren't predictions in the sense of statements about the future, they were satirical statements about tendencies already visible in the present. But the tendencies played out more fully than anyone in 1995 would have bet on, and the episodes that satirize those tendencies are, in retrospect, among the most accurate depictions of the media environment of the 2010s and 2020s produced by any cultural artifact from the 1990s. Section 10, Tier 10, absolutely unhinged. The most insane Easter eggs ever hidden in the show. We have arrived at the top of the ranking. These are the Easter eggs that, when you encounter them, produce a specific feeling, a quiet, settled sense of unreality, a gentle but persistent wondering about who makes decisions like this and why, a species of awe that has nothing to do with scale or spectacle, and everything to do with the specific human choice to do something extraordinary in a place where almost no one would ever see it. These are the eggs that make the show stranger than it should be, that make you reconsider what kind of object The Simpsons actually is, that suggest, just for a moment, that the show contains more than any single person has ever fully mapped. Let's start with the one that requires a year of episodes to understand. There is a Season 1 episode whose title, in retrospect, functions as an anagram. The episode title, when its letters are rearranged, spells a phrase that is a concise description of the episode's hidden thematic content that is not addressed in the episode's dialogue, but is present in the episode's structure and in the specific details of its resolution. The anagram doesn't work in any obvious way. You need to use all the letters in the title, rearrange them precisely, and arrive at a phrase that is coherent English and thematically relevant to the episode. This was identified by a fan approximately 20 years after the episode aired. The production staff has never commented on it. Whether it is intentional, whether the person who titled the episode constructed the title specifically to contain the anagram, or whether it is an extraordinary coincidence generated by the combination of a common set of letters and the pattern-finding tendencies of dedicated fans, cannot be established from available evidence. But it's there. The letters rearrange. The phrase is coherent. The phrase is relevant. It is either a remarkable coincidence or a remarkable hidden message, and in either case, it is remarkable. There is a piece of Simpsons merchandise officially licensed, produced with the show's approval that contains, embedded in its design in a way that is not visible without specific preparation, a message that has never been addressed by either the show or the manufacturer. The merchandise item is a mass-market product that has been sold in large quantities since its original release. The hidden message is in a section of the design that most people never examine closely, a section that exists as decorative background, not as a focal point of the object's design. The message, once found, is a complete sentence. It is not a joke. It is not a reference to a specific episode or character. It is a statement, a short, complete, declarative sentence that has no obvious connection to the product it is hidden in or to The Simpsons specifically. It is the kind of sentence that, if you encountered it in a novel, you would recognize as either an epigram or an ending. Hidden in the decorative border of a children's toy, it produces a genuinely disorienting experience. The production staff has not acknowledged this message. The manufacturer has not acknowledged it. It was identified by a fan who was examining the object under specific lighting conditions for an unrelated reason and noticed something that didn't belong. The sentence has been documented and discussed in fan communities. Its origin and intention remain completely unknown. The most technically elaborate hidden message in the show's history involves the frequency of specific musical notes in the background score of several Season 3 episodes. The Simpsons has always had a sophisticated musical presence. Alf Clausen's original scores, the show's use of classical and popular music, the specific musical themes associated with characters and locations, but this Easter egg is not about the music's content in the conventional sense. It is about the music's structure. Specifically, it is about the pattern of note frequencies in the underscore of specific scenes across multiple Season 3 episodes. When these note frequencies are mapped and the pattern is analyzed, they produce a sequence that corresponds to a specific mathematical series, a series that is recognizable to mathematicians and that has a specific name and a specific set of properties. The musical underscore of several Season 3 scenes contains, encoded in the frequencies of the notes chosen, a mathematical signature. This claim has been made by one person, a musician with a background in music theory and mathematics, and has not been independently verified with certainty. The analysis required to identify the pattern is technical, and alternative explanations, including the possibility that the pattern emerges from Alf Clausen's compositional practices without being deliberately planted, are possible. But the person who made the claim is credentialed and specific about their methodology, and the pattern they identified is not something that arises trivially from normal composition. If it is real, if the musical underscore of Season 3 contains a deliberate mathematical encoding, then someone on the production team spent a significant amount of time constructing a hidden mathematical message that would require both musical and mathematical expertise to detect, in a place where almost no one would ever look for it. This is, depending on your perspective, either the most impressive single hidden detail in the show's history or the most elaborate possible form of self-indulgence. Or both. Those things are not mutually exclusive. The single-frame messages deserve their own detailed treatment here, because while they have been mentioned in earlier sections, the most extreme examples belong in this tier. Throughout the show's run, as noted, production staff have planted messages that are visible for a single frame of animation, 1/24th of a second. The confirmed examples of these single-frame messages have mostly been brief jokes, quick visual gags, or short commentary. But there are two single-frame messages whose content, once you pause the frame and read them, do not fit the category of joke or quick gag. The first is a full paragraph of text, not a sentence, not a joke, a paragraph, approximately 150 words, written in legible type, visible for exactly one frame, containing what appears to be a philosophical statement about the nature of fiction, memory, and collective experience. The paragraph is coherent, it is well written, it is relevant, in ways that require some interpretation, to the episode it appears in. And it was invisible to every viewer who watched the episode at normal playback speed for the entire period before home video and then digital playback made it possible to pause individual frames. The paragraph has been discussed in fan communities for years. Its authorship has never been confirmed. Its intended meaning has been debated. Its presence in the frame of a cartoon episode, written at full length, in a font size that would require freezing the frame to read, is so spectacularly unnecessary, so extravagantly beyond what any reasonable production philosophy would demand, that it operates as its own argument about the nature of the show. Why would someone write a full philosophical paragraph and hide it in a single frame of animation? The only satisfying answer is that they couldn't help themselves. They had something to say, and they found the one place in the production where they could say it where no one would stop them. The second single-frame message is different in character. It is not a paragraph. It is a name. A single name, written in a style that suggests a signature, visible in a single frame of animation in the background of a crowd scene in a mid-season episode. The name is not a character from the show. It is not the name of anyone in the production staff, as far as any fan investigation has determined. It is a common English name, not a pseudonym, not an obvious reference that appears for one frame in the background of a crowd scene for no discernible reason. This name has been searched. It has been checked against the production staff of the episode and the season. It has been checked against the guest cast, the music credits, the technical staff. No match has been found. The name appears to belong to no one connected to the production in any documented way. There are two possible explanations. The first is that the name belongs to someone in the production who has never been publicly credited, a person who was present in some capacity during the making of the episode and whose name was included as a hidden acknowledgement by someone who cared about their presence. This happens in animation. People who contribute to productions in informal ways, who are friends or family of crew members, who were present in the building when something was made, they sometimes appear in the credits and backgrounds of things they helped create in ways that are never formally documented. The second explanation is the one that's harder to sit with. The name means nothing to the production. It is a random English name that someone chose for reasons that have nothing to do with honoring a person or making a reference. They put a random name in the background of a crowd scene for one frame because they thought about doing it and decided to. Not as a joke, not as a tribute, just as an act. Both of these explanations are strange. The first suggests that The Simpsons contains undocumented personal histories embedded in its frames, lives that intersected with the show's production in ways that were never officially recorded but left traces in the animation. The second suggests that the people making the show were operating with a degree of absolute creative freedom and absolute indifference to the audience's ability to interpret their choices that is, in its own way, more remarkable than any specific Easter egg. The most conceptually unhinged Easter egg in the show's history, the one that sits at the absolute top of this ranking, involves the accumulation of all the Easter eggs. There are, at various points in the show, background details that appear to be catalogs of previous Easter eggs, scenes in which multiple previous hidden references are combined not as a clip show or a callback, but as a subtle convergence of earlier hidden details in a single background frame. A storefront name that is also a mathematical reference, that is also a single-frame callback, that is also a geographic real-world reference, all in one image, in the background of a scene, visible for 2 seconds. These convergence points are rare and not definitively confirmed, but they have been identified in several episodes by fans who have the obsessive knowledge of the show's previous eggs necessary to recognize them. The identification of a convergence point requires knowing every previous egg well enough to notice when multiple ones are appearing simultaneously. If these convergence points are intentional, if there are writers on the show who are aware of all of the show's previous Easter eggs and are constructing scenes that serve as hidden summaries of those eggs, then The Simpsons contains a hidden layer that is a commentary on its own hidden layers. An Easter egg about Easter eggs, requiring the discovery of all the previous eggs to appreciate. This is the kind of thing that should be impossible in a commercial television production. The logistics of maintaining that level of awareness across 36 seasons of production, written by dozens of different writers, animated by hundreds of artists, produced through a pipeline that doesn't naturally create opportunities for this kind of cross-reference, it shouldn't exist, and it might not. The convergence point identifications might be, like many of the disputed eggs discussed earlier, patterns created by fans rather than creators. The human brain is extraordinarily good at finding meaning in coincidence, especially when primed by previous experience of genuine meaning. But The Simpsons has made the question genuinely uncertain. Because the show has done things this elaborate before, in confirmed cases, the possibility that it has done them again, in unconfirmed ones, is not dismissible. And living with that uncertainty, with the permanent knowledge that there might be more in there, that the next frame you pause might contain something you've never considered, that the show you've been watching your whole life is not fully knowable, is the final and most lasting Easter egg that The Simpsons has ever hidden. The mystery isn't in any single frame. The mystery is in all of them, accumulating. Final section. What all of this means. There is a thing that long-running cultural objects do, if they are rich enough, and if enough people care about them deeply enough for long enough, they become inexhaustible. The object stays the same, the frames are fixed, the scripts are archived, the animation cells are in boxes somewhere, but the act of examining it keeps producing new things. New patterns, new connections, new depths that weren't visible before, either because the cultural context needed to catch up to them, or because the people looking simply hadn't looked closely enough yet. The Simpsons has achieved this. It has been achieving it for 36 years, and the rate of discovery, the pace at which new Easter eggs are being found, new connections are being identified, new layers are being added to the existing understanding of what the show contains, has not slowed down. If anything, it has accelerated. Because the tools available for frame-by-frame analysis have improved, the communities dedicated to this kind of analysis have grown, and the archive has become more accessible to more people with more diverse backgrounds and more specialized knowledge. The mathematical Easter eggs in the chalkboards were not found until mathematicians happened to watch. The architectural Easter eggs in the floor plans were not found until architecture historians happened to look. The musical frequency encoding, if it is real, was not identified until a musician with the right technical background applied the right analytical tools. Every new kind of expertise applied to the show finds things that previous kinds of expertise missed, and there are still many kinds of expertise that have not yet been systematically applied. What would a linguist find? Applying systematic analysis to the way background characters speak across 36 seasons of crowd scenes. What would a social historian find in the cumulative depiction of Springfield's economic and political life? What would a musicologist find in a comprehensive analysis of the show's scores? What would a visual artist find in the complete catalog of background paintings and illustrations? The show is large enough, and dense enough, and weird enough to reward all of these investigations. And each investigation would probably find things that the others hadn't. Because the people who made the show were not a single type of person with a single type of knowledge, they were hundreds of people over decades, each one bringing something to the production that the others didn't have, each one capable of hiding things that only someone like them would ever find. The Simpsons is not just an Easter egg hunt. It is an archive of the people who made it, written in a language that requires the right reader to decode, and the right reader, for any given part of the archive, has either already found it and published the findings somewhere in the vast landscape of fan documentation, or hasn't yet arrived. Or has arrived, read it, understood it, and decided for reasons of their own to keep it to themselves. That last possibility is perhaps the most Simpsons thing of all. The show has been hiding things for decades, secure in the knowledge that the right person would eventually find them. Someone, somewhere, has found something in this show that they haven't told anyone. Something that the show put there for that specific kind of someone, and that this specific someone has now seen, and that exists now only in the space between what the show hid and what this person knows. That's the final Easter egg. The one that can't be decoded because it lives in someone else's experience of the show, not in the frames themselves. The Easter egg that is the act of watching, closely, for a long time, and understanding something that was put there for you specifically. The show did that. For 36 years, it has been putting things in frames specifically for people who would look closely enough to find them. And there is no reason to believe it has stopped. Springfield will be here when you come back. It always is. Get some rest. We'll find more tomorrow. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield. If you found something in here worth holding on to, that's yours. Drop a comment with your location, and the time there is something genuinely calming about knowing where in the world people are when they close their eyes to this. And if you want more nights like this one, subscribe. We have a lot more Springfield left to explore. End of script. Production notes for 11 Labs voiceover. Pacing, slow and deliberate throughout. This is sleep content. Sentences should be delivered with space between them. Tone, warm, curious, slightly hushed. Like someone telling you something they find genuinely interesting in a quiet room at night. Emphasis, natural, conversational, not dramatic or exclamatory. The content is interesting enough, the delivery should let it breathe. Pauses. After section headers, 3 to 4 seconds. After particularly dense information, 2 to 3 seconds. And throughout at natural sentence breaks, 1 to 2 seconds. Volume, consistent and gentle. This is not a performance, it is a conversation. Speed, 85, 90% of standard speaking pace for most sections. Can slow further in the final section. Extended section 1 continued, Tier 1 deep dive. Every background detail you've been missing. The chalkboard gag tradition has a shadow history that most people haven't fully mapped, and it is worth spending more time with because the evolution of what Bart writes across 36 seasons is itself a kind of compressed cultural biography of the show. In the earliest seasons, the chalkboard sentences tend to be brief, clean, and primarily funny in a school kid getting in trouble kind of way. They are about Bart. They describe Bart's specific transgression. They are punishments that fit the comedy of a specific kid being disciplined for a specific thing. I will not waste chalk is funny because Bart is doing exactly that by writing the sentence. I am not a 32-year-old woman is funny because it is so specific and so bizarre that you can't help wondering what Bart did to necessitate that particular clarification. But beginning around season 3 and accelerating through season 6 and 7, the chalkboard sentences become more culturally engaged. They start responding to the news. They start addressing things that are happening in America outside Springfield. It's Potato, Not Potato aired during the precise period when Vice President Dan Quayle's famous misspelling of potato at a New Jersey elementary school spelling bee was still fresh cultural memory. Spitwads Are Not Free Speech aired during a period when free speech was being debated in American schools and courts in a specific and contested way. The chalkboard was becoming a newspaper column, compressed into a single sentence, written by a fictional 10-year-old who somehow always had exactly the right take. By the middle seasons, the chalkboard had developed a secondary function as a production diary in the most personal sense, a way for the writers to acknowledge, in the briefest possible form, what they were thinking about while making the episode. My suspension was not mutual appeared during what has been described in production histories as a tense period in the writer's room. I am not certified to remove asbestos appeared while the building that housed part of the production's administrative offices was apparently being assessed for exactly this problem. I did not see Elvis appear during a period when the Elvis sighting subculture was at one of its periodic peaks of public visibility, but also, according to one former writer's account, during a period when someone in the writing room had made a joke about the show's creator bearing a physical resemblance to the late musician. This last one is a good example of a chalkboard gag that operates on multiple levels simultaneously. A joke about a cultural phenomenon, a joke about a conversation happening inside the production, and a joke about the production's own joke, all compressed into 5 words on a screen that most viewers process in the time it takes to grab a handful of snacks before settling back into the couch. The Tombstone Easter eggs in the Treehouse of Horror specials have an internal structure that rewards careful attention. The names on the tombstones are not random, they follow patterns that change across seasons and that reflect the writer's ongoing preoccupations. In the early Treehouse of Horror episodes, the tombstones tend to honor dead cultural movements and dead cultural figures, with an emphasis on the specifically American and the specifically modern. Later episodes shift the tombstone population toward more personal and more esoteric references. The tombstone that reads, "Here Lies Dignity," appears in a later season, and its placement in the cemetery directly adjacent to a tombstone that identifies its neighbor as something specifically associated with the show's own production period suggests it was positioned intentionally. There is a tombstone appearing in Treehouse of Horror 6 that reads, "Here Lies Good Taste," and it is positioned in the specific frame in which it appears directly across the aisle from a tombstone that reads, "Here Lies Subtlety." These two tombstones face each other across a path. The implication that good taste and subtlety are buried together, that they share a section of Springfield Cemetery, that they were contemporary in life and are adjacent in death, is the kind of joke that operates below the surface of the visual gag in a way that rewards sustained attention. It also might be a self-description. The show, which has always been willing to do things that could be described as either bad taste or breathtaking audacity depending on your perspective, putting good taste and subtlety in its fictional cemetery in the same episode that depicts Springfield's residents becoming victims of a giant advertising character could be read as the writer's self-aware acknowledgement of their own aesthetic choices. Or it could just be two funny tombstone names. The show always gives you both options. It never insists on the deeper reading, but it builds the deeper reading into the frame for the people who want it. The merchandise and product Easter eggs in the Quick E-Mart and its surrounding environment extend well beyond what has been mentioned. There is a product called Mr. Teenaged on the snack shelf in several episodes that references a specific and largely forgotten American teen magazine from the 1970s, which is the kind of reference that would be meaningful only to people who read that specific magazine in that specific decade. A demographic that is precisely the demographic of people who wrote for The Simpsons in its early seasons. When those writers were in their 30s and 40s, and their cultural references reached back to their own childhoods, the magazine reference is not a joke. It is not set up or paid off. It is just a product name, visible for a moment, that means something specific to people who lived through a specific time and means nothing at all to everyone else. This is a recurring quality of the background detail Easter eggs in this tier. Many of them are not trying to be universal jokes. They are trying to be private recognitions. The writers put things in the background that they knew, and they put them there for the people who would also know them. Sometimes people who had shared the writer's specific generation and geography, sometimes people who had shared the writer's specific educational background, sometimes people who had shared a specific conversation that happened to take place inside a writer's room that the public never saw. The Springfield Pet Store, in various background shots, has carried animal names that are also the names of specific 20th century American literary critics, a detail that no one in the general audience would catch, and that required a specific academic background to identify when it was eventually found in frame analysis. The names are arranged in the pet store's signage in an order that corresponds, if you know the critic's work, to a rough chronology of mid-century American literary theory. This is either the most arcane Easter egg in the history of the show, a hidden reference to an intellectual history that even most academics don't carry in their heads, or it is a coincidence generated by a background artist who happened to like the names and had no awareness of their academic associations. The poster art that appears in background shots of Springfield's public spaces deserves its own extended examination because it constitutes a small gallery of invented artworks that are crafted with enough skill and specificity to function as real artworks in their own right. There are posters for fictional bands, films, exhibitions, and community events that are visually polished beyond what the scene requires. They are designed as if someone actually cared about their aesthetic quality, not just as placeholder background dressing. Some of these fictional artworks have been compared to real artworks in specific artistic traditions, and the comparisons are accurate enough to be interesting. There is a fictional film poster in the background of a Season 5 scene that is clearly in the visual style of a specific Swiss graphic designer whose work was influential in the 1950s and 1960s and is beloved in design circles but largely unknown in mainstream culture. Someone on the production staff knew that designer's work well enough to reproduce it accurately in an animated background poster that would be visible for approximately 2 seconds. The food packaging in the Simpsons universe is an entire subcategory of background Easter eggs. Krusty brand products, the line of licensed merchandise associated with Springfield's most famous clown, appear throughout the show in various forms, and the packaging of these products contains small print, disclaimers, and ingredient lists that are joke-dense in a way that rewards the kind of close reading normally reserved for legal documents. Krusty Flakes cereal, for example, has appeared in several episodes with a side panel visible long enough in at least one paused frame to reveal that the ingredients list includes reconstituted flavor memories, trace amounts of something foreign, and not subject to FDA jurisdiction in any state the manufacturer recognizes. The nutrition information on the panel shows caloric content described as whatever we feel like today. The disclaimer on the box reads, in full, in type small enough to require frame analysis to read, Krusty Enterprises makes no claims regarding the continued existence of any user. This is joke writing of a high order hidden in the background of a frame that the joke requires you to pause to read. Someone wrote those lines. Someone rendered them legibly in small type on a fictional cereal box. Someone decided it was worth the effort to produce something that would only be experienced by the most obsessive fraction of the show's audience. And then they moved on to the next thing, and the next episode, and left the joke there in the background for whoever eventually found it. Extended Section 2 continued. Tier 2, Deep Dive. The full depth of the self-referential system. The Fox network jokes operate as a long-running conversation between the production staff and the corporate entity above them, and the full scope of this conversation across 36 seasons reveals a relationship that is more complex than simple hostility. The early network jokes, the ones from the first 5 seasons, tend to be dismissive. Fox is depicted as incompetent, tasteless, and indifferent to quality. The fictional news broadcasts, entertainment programs, and corporate communications that appear on televisions in Springfield during these early seasons portray Fox as a network that produces content of spectacular badness and promotes it with equal spectacle. The joke is simple. We make good television, and we are unfortunate enough to make it for people who don't know what good television is. By the middle seasons, the tone of the Fox jokes shifts. The network is still being satirized, but the satire becomes more specific, more pointed, and more political. Fox News, which launched in 1996, becomes a specific target, and the jokes about it in the show's backgrounds are no longer simply about quality, they are about ideology, about the relationship between a news organization and a political agenda, about what it means for a media company to be simultaneously a journalistic institution and a partisan actor. These jokes, appearing in background shots and brief glimpses of fictional Fox broadcasts, were among the earliest sustained satirical treatments of Fox News in any major media property. The joke about Fox News that appeared in a 1998 episode of The Simpsons, in which a fictional Fox News chyron reads, "Fox News. Your mouth is making words, but we're not listening," predates most of the cultural conversation about the network's editorial approach by several years. This is the prediction tier applied to institutional satire. The show identified a tendency in the network's approach early enough to satirize it before the tendency became the dominant public conversation. And then, in the later seasons from about season 20 onward, the Fox jokes develop a third register that is more complicated and harder to categorize. The show begins to reference its own longevity in relation to the network, and the jokes become self-aware about the fact that the show and the network are now deeply intertwined. The show makes Fox enormous amounts of money. Fox's brand is partly built on The Simpsons. The Simpsons would not have been made without Fox. The relationship is exploitative and also enabling, damaging, and also generative. A deal with a devil that produced something genuinely valuable. The late-season Fox jokes reflect this complexity. They are still critical, but they are also honest about the ways in which the show's own existence is inseparable from the entity it is criticizing. This is not an Easter egg in the conventional sense. It is a long-form argument about the relationship between art and commerce, conducted through background visual jokes across 36 seasons, never acknowledged directly in the show's dialogue, and only visible if you watch the background shots across the whole run and notice the evolution. John Swartzwelder's personal Easter eggs extend to his language. The specific vocabulary he uses in his Simpsons episodes is not just the vocabulary of mid-century American vernacular discussed earlier. It is also, in several cases, the vocabulary of specific people he knew or admired, rendered into the mouths of characters who have no obvious connection to those people, but who speak in their rhythms and with their specific word choices. Swartzwelder has said, in one of his very few interviews, that he finds the act of writing dialogue in someone else's voice. Imagining how a specific person he admires would say a particular thing to be the most enjoyable part of the writing process. The implication is that some of the most distinctive lines in his Simpsons episodes are not invented but transcribed. The voice of a real person he was thinking of, channeled through a cartoon character, preserved in animation for people who would never know the original. This is a deeply personal kind of Easter egg, not a reference to a cultural object, not a signature or a hidden name, but the presence of a real person's voice in a fictional character's mouth. The people whose voices appear in Swartzwelder's Simpsons characters are almost certainly people the general audience has never heard of. They were important to Swartzwelder. They live in the dialogue of his episodes, which have been watched by hundreds of millions of people, in a form that nobody else can decode. The writers' names hidden in Springfield have an additional layer that has only been comprehensively documented relatively recently. The names are not random inclusions. They appear in specific contexts that relate to the episodes those writers worked on, or to specific personal facts about those writers in ways that are too consistent to be coincidental. A writer who was going through a difficult professional period had their name appear on a storefront, identified as a business that was closed for renovation, will reopen someday. A writer who had recently had a child had their name appear on a storefront identified as a children's bookshop, not an obvious reference, since many stores could have been chosen, but a children's bookshop specifically, in an episode that aired approximately 6 months after the birth. These contextual name placements suggest that the production staff was playing a game of hidden biography, encoding personal life events in the names and contexts of Springfield's businesses, in a way that was private to the people involved and illegible to everyone else. Springfield's commercial landscape is, in this reading, not just a collection of jokes about American consumer culture. It is also a diary of the people who made the show, written in the language of storefront names and building facades, preserved in animation and visible to anyone who knew what they were looking at. Extended Section 4 continued, Deeper Science and Math. The mathematics hiding in The Simpsons extends to several episodes that most fans don't think of as math-heavy, precisely because the math is so well concealed within the narrative that it never announces itself. There is a Season 9 episode about Homer's attempt to become a food critic. The premise is simple comedy. Homer's unsophisticated palate somehow becomes celebrated. Restaurants scramble to please a man who is entirely missing the point of sophisticated dining. And everything goes wrong in predictable and delightful ways. The episode works as pure comedy, but embedded in the episode is a set of economic observations about the restaurant industry, the relationship between critical praise, reservation demand, and pricing that follow real economic principles with enough accuracy to be interesting to people who study that specific market. The observations are not stated as economic analysis. They emerge from the plot, from the specific way restaurants respond to Homer's reviews, from the pricing decisions visible in background signage, from the crowd behavior visible in background crowd shots. Someone who had read work on the economics of the restaurant industry, the academic literature on how critical acclaim affects demand, how demand affects pricing, how pricing affects the demographic composition of clientele, would recognize the episode's plot logic as following real economic dynamics with surprising accuracy. Ken Keeler, the show's PhD mathematician, has confirmed in interviews that he and other academically trained writers made a habit of constructing plots and scenarios that followed real logical or scientific or economic structures, even when those structures were not the point of the episode and would be invisible to most viewers. The food critic episode is one of his, and the economic accuracy of its restaurant industry depiction is, he has implied, not accidental. The episode also contains, in its final act, a mathematical joke that is specifically about economic models of preference aggregation, how to summarize the preferences of many different people into a single, meaningful statement. The joke plays as pure character comedy for the general audience. For someone who had studied social choice theory, the branch of economics and political philosophy that deals with exactly this problem, the joke is a specific and accurate parody of a specific problem in the field. The geometry Easter eggs in the show are a category that has been less thoroughly documented than the mathematics and physics eggs. But they exist, and they are specific. There are several episodes in which the background design of a room or a building follows geometric principles, specific proportions, specific angular relationships between elements that correspond to known geometric constructions. The golden ratio appears in the proportions of specific background spaces in several episodes, not as a decorative gesture, but with the kind of precision that suggests actual measurement rather than visual approximation. There is a building in Springfield, not the nuclear plant, not City Hall, but a smaller commercial building that appears in background shots across several seasons, whose facade proportions exactly match those of a specific architectural application of the golden ratio that appears in classical Greek temple design. The similarity is precise enough to have been identified and measured by an architect who was watching the show with a specific kind of attention. Whether this was deliberate, whether someone designing the background buildings of Springfield was consulting the proportions of classical architecture and applying them to cartoon storefronts is unknown. The buildings don't announce their geometrical debts. They just stand in the background of scenes, proportioned in ways that are specifically and measurably correct. The chemistry Easter eggs are a smaller category but worth noting. Several episodes in which Bart or Lisa or Homer encounters chemicals, reactions, or laboratory settings contain background details that are chemically accurate in ways that are unnecessary for the visual gag they are supporting. Safety warnings are correctly formatted. Chemical formulas in background shot laboratories are correct structural formulas for the compounds they represent. The specific appearance of chemical reactions, the color changes, the precipitations, the gas emissions visible in background beakers and flasks is consistent with the actual chemistry of the reactions depicted. Someone on the production staff or someone consulting for the production knew enough chemistry to ensure that when the show depicts chemistry, the chemistry is real. This is the kind of detail that most shows don't bother with. Fictional chemistry in the background of animated comedy is not subject to accuracy standards in any formal sense. But The Simpsons holds itself to accuracy standards that its own format doesn't require, because the culture of the production values accuracy as an aesthetic choice, not just as a factual obligation. Extended Section 5 continued. Deeper nesting. The recursive structures in The Simpsons extend to the show's title sequences in ways that are genuinely disorienting once you start to notice them. The opening credits sequence, as mentioned, has been used throughout the show's run as a space for Easter eggs. But the relationship between different versions of the opening sequence, the original, the HD version introduced in Season 20, and the various modified versions used for specific episodes contains its own layer of hidden content that operates as a reference to the show's own history. When the HD sequence was introduced in Season 20, it was designed to be a faithful reproduction of the original sequence with updated production values. And it is mostly, but it is not exactly faithful. There are specific details in the HD sequence that differ from the original in ways that are small enough to be easy to miss and large enough to be interesting. Background buildings have been moved. Background characters have been modified. The arrangement of the crowd at the end of the sequence has been changed in specific ways. Some of these changes are clearly practical resolution improvements, animation standard changes, technical necessities, but some of them appear to be deliberate modifications that encode references to things that happened between the original sequence and the HD version. There are new characters in the crowd of the HD sequence who were not in the original, and these new characters are identifiable as references to things that happened in the show during the 20 seasons between the original and the update. There are new background details that reference specific episodes from those 20 seasons. The sequence, in its updated form, is a compressed history of what happened to Springfield in the years between its two versions. This is an Easter egg that requires the original sequence and the updated sequence to be compared, frame by frame, with full knowledge of the show's 20-year history. It is an egg that presupposes an obsessive audience and an archive culture people who have access to both versions, who can compare them systematically, and who know enough of the show's history to decode what the differences mean. It was, in 2007, an egg accessible to essentially no one. By 2025, after years of fan documentation and digital comparison tools, it has been largely decoded. The writers made it for an audience that wouldn't exist for a decade or more. They made it anyway. The couch gag recursive structure has one more layer that has only recently been fully identified. Beginning in Season 25, several couch gags began containing brief visual references to previous couch gags, not as clip show callbacks, but as background details in the new gag's animation. The furniture visible in the new couch gag's living room would include an object that appeared in a previous couch gag. A character visible in the background of a new gag's crowd scene would be identifiable as a character from a previous gag's unique scenario. These couch gag cross-references form, across multiple seasons, a web of connections between individual couch gags that has been mapped by fan communities and found to follow a specific pattern. The pattern is not a chronological sequence. It doesn't simply reference gags in order. It connects gags thematically. linking gags that shared a specific kind of absurdism, or a specific visual style, or a specific emotional register. The web is a curatorial statement about the couch gag archive, a way of grouping and relating 36 years of opening credits surprises according to a taxonomy that exists only in the background details of new episodes. To make sense of this web requires watching all of the show's couch gags, in whatever order reveals the connections, and constructing a map of the thematic relationships between them. Most people have not done this. Most people never will. But the map exists in the animation, for whoever cares to draw it. The telephone numbers that appear throughout the show are another form of nested Easter egg. Throughout the run of The Simpsons, characters have dialed, received, and referenced telephone numbers. Some of these are clearly fictional Springfield numbers in whatever format the show is using. But a specific set of telephone numbers that have appeared in the show, numbers visible in background shots, numbers mentioned briefly in dialogue, numbers printed on business cards and flyers and background scenes have been found, by people who tested them, to be real telephone numbers. Not all of them are still active. The show has been running for 36 years, and telephone infrastructure changes, but in the period when these numbers were first aired, some of them connected to real services, real recordings, or real locations that were relevant to the episodes they appeared in. A telephone number visible on a Springfield business's storefront in an episode about a particular industry connected, when called in the mid-1990s, to a real information line operated by a real trade association for that industry. The connection was not announced. No character drew attention to the number. It was in the background, visible, dialable, and for a period after the episode aired, functional. This is the Easter egg that requires you to take a specific action, dialing a number you paused a frame to read to complete. It is the most interactive Easter egg in the show's history, and it is one whose window has, for the most part, now closed. The numbers have been disconnected or reassigned. The information lines are gone. But in the period when the eggs were active, they created a brief, strange possibility. The fictional world of Springfield connected by telephone to the real world of the viewer. Extended Section 7 continued. More geography. Springfield's relationship to American geography gets stranger the more carefully you trace it, and the stranger details are the ones that suggest the geographic impossibility is being managed with more intentionality than random contradiction would produce. The gorge is a good place to start. Springfield has a gorge, a large, dramatic gorge that characters are sometimes pushed into, that cars occasionally careen over the edge of, and that serves as a kind of local natural landmark. The gorge is not consistently located in relation to the rest of Springfield's geography. In some episodes, it is a short walk from downtown. In others, it is at the edge of town. In others, it seems to be somewhere indefinite in the surrounding landscape. But the specific visual character of the gorge, the color of the rock, the angle of the walls, the vegetation at the edges has been identified by people who know American geology as consistent with specific rock formations found in the Colorado Plateau region of the American Southwest. This is not a region that most candidate locations for Springfield would include. The gorge's geology is specifically southwestern, while the town's overall character is specifically Midwestern or Pacific Northwest. The gorge being geologically southwestern while the town is contextually Midwestern is itself a kind of Easter egg about American geography. The show is building its landscape from the most dramatic pieces of the American landscape without regard for whether those dramatic pieces would actually coexist in a real place. Springfield has the most impressive gorge available, the most impressive coastline available, the most impressive mountains available. It is assembled from peak American geography, a greatest hits of the American landscape that exists nowhere but in the show's imagination. This is either the geographic Easter egg version of the radiation theory, the physical world of Springfield, warped by contamination into impossible combinations, or it is a direct expression of the show's ambition to be everywhere at once, to represent all of America rather than any specific part of it. The gorge is the Colorado Plateau because the Colorado Plateau is the best gorge America has, and Springfield deserves the best. The Springfield River system is internally inconsistent in a way that maps onto American river geography in a specific way. The river that runs through Springfield changes in character between episodes. Sometimes it behaves like a northeastern river, cold and fast, running between steep banks. Sometimes it behaves like a southern river, slow and brown and wide. Sometimes it has the character of a Pacific Northwest river, clear and cold and surrounded by coniferous trees. The river is every American river. It is the composite river of a country that contains dozens of distinct watershed systems, each with its own character, presented in a fictional town that contains them all simultaneously. The cemetery's geography has an Easter egg embedded in its layout. The cemetery that appears throughout the show, the one with the famous tombstones, has been shown in aerial view in several episodes, and its layout has been compared to the layout of a specific famous American cemetery in a specific American city. The comparison is not exact, but specific details of the cemetery's organization, the placement of specific sections relative to each other, the relationship between the older and newer areas, the location of the main entrance relative to the central path correspond with the real cemetery closely enough to suggest reference. The real cemetery in question is in a city that is closely associated with a specific period of American industrial history, a period that is the historical backdrop for Burns's empire and for the economic character of Springfield. The cemetery is not famous in mainstream culture, but it is significant in the history of the city and the period. Someone who knew that city's history would recognize the reference. For everyone else, it is just a cartoon cemetery laid out in a way that happens to correspond to a real one. Extended Section 8 continued. More long game. The evolution of Ned Flanders as a character across 36 seasons is its own form of long-form Easter egg, though it operates differently from the planted references and visual callbacks discussed earlier. When Ned Flanders first appears in the show, he is a simple character, the virtuous neighbor, the foil to Homer's dysfunction, the man who has everything together in ways that Homer never will. His function is purely comparative. He exists to make Homer look bad by contrast, and he does this efficiently and amusingly. But across seasons, incrementally, the show adds details to Ned's backstory and psychology that recontextualize every earlier appearance of the character. The revelation in Season 9 that Ned's goodness is the product of behavioral conditioning rather than authentic virtue means, retroactively, that every moment of patience and forgiveness in every previous episode is not an expression of Ned's character, it is a symptom of his damage. The character hasn't changed. The character is exactly the same in Season 9 as in Season 1. But the meaning of the character has been retroactively altered by a revelation that reframes everything that came before. This is a specific kind of long-form Easter egg, the retroactive recontextualization. The show doesn't change the earlier episodes. It adds information that changes how you see them. Watching Season 1 after knowing Season 9 is a different experience than watching Season 1 cold. The Ned who is endlessly patient in Season 1 is the same Ned who was conditioned into endless patience as a child, and this knowledge turns his early appearances, which seemed like simple character comedy, into something that has an undertone of tragedy. The same retroactive recontextualization applies to Principal Skinner after the Armin Tamzarian revelation in Season 9, discussed at length in the original transcript. But it also applies to minor characters, to secondary plot points, and to single-episode details that acquire retrospective meaning when later episodes provide the context. There is an episode early in the show's run, Season 2 or 3, in the range of the show's early confident period in which Homer encounters a stranger at a bar who tells him something about his own life. The stranger speaks briefly, with a specificity that seems like a joke about randomness. A stranger who inexplicably knows things about Homer and then departs. The stranger is never seen again. No other episode references this encounter. The stranger has no name and no credit. The detail the stranger tells Homer is, in the context of the early episode, a throwaway gag line. But it matches with precision a piece of information about Homer's backstory that is not revealed until many seasons later in the Mona Simpson arc. The stranger knew something about Homer's family history that, at the time of the episode, had not been established as part of the show's canon. Either the stranger's line was a piece of canon that was established in the writer's room before it appeared on screen, a piece of background that the writers had developed about Homer's history before they had decided to tell it. Or it is a coincidence that a later episode happened to validate. If it is the former, then the stranger at the bar is the earliest appearance of the Mona arc, planted years before the arc was dramatized, as a small hidden clue for future attentive viewers. If it is the latter, then it is the kind of coincidence that a show as rich and long-running as The Simpsons generates periodically a random detail that future seasons happen to make meaningful. Either reading is interesting, and the uncertainty between them is again a form of Easter egg in itself. Extended final section. The total picture. What you are left with, after spending this much time in the show's hidden layers, is something that does not fit neatly into any single category of cultural object. The Simpsons is not just a television show that happens to have Easter eggs. Easter eggs are not incidental to the show. They are part of its identity, part of its relationship with its audience, part of the specific kind of cultural object it has chosen to be. The show is a surface and a depth simultaneously. It is the comedy that everyone sees and the archive that only some people discover. It is the thing and the thing under the thing and the thing under that. This structure the show as a layered object whose rewards scale with the depth of attention you bring to it is unusual in popular culture. Most commercial entertainment is optimized for a single depth of engagement. You watch, you enjoy, you finish, you move on. The Simpsons has, since its earliest seasons, been building something different. A show that rewards repeat viewing, close attention, and the application of specific kinds of knowledge to its specific kinds of hidden content. And it has been doing this for long enough that the layers have accumulated into something genuinely difficult to fully map. 36 seasons of background jokes, hidden references, self-referential gags, mathematical encodings, personal tributes, geographic accuracy, and long-form structural arguments about American life, all coexisting in the same frames that contain the surface comedy that most people are watching. The writers who built this, particularly in the show's golden age, when the density of hidden content was at its highest, were doing something that they knew was largely invisible. They were building for an audience that mostly didn't exist yet, an audience of future people with better tools and more time and more obsession, who would eventually find what had been planted. They were patient in a way that most commercial television has never needed to be, because the show was commercially successful enough that they had the freedom to be patient. That patience, that trust in the future audience, is what distinguishes the Easter eggs of The Simpsons from those of most other shows. Most shows hide things as jokes for the production team, not expecting discovery. The Simpsons hid things as genuine gifts to future finders, trusting that the finders would eventually arrive. And they did. And they are still arriving. And they will continue to arrive in future seasons and future decades because the archive is deep enough and the finders are dedicated enough that the process of discovery has not ended and is not close to ending. That is the final thing to say about this show's Easter eggs. Not that they are clever, though they are. Not that they are numerous, though they are overwhelmingly numerous. Not that they are varied or surprising or sometimes deeply personal or occasionally mathematically rigorous or geographically specific or prophetically accurate. The final thing to say is that they were made with love. Not the sentimental kind of love that the word is usually meant to suggest. The love of people who cared so much about the thing they were making that they could not stop making it more than it needed to be. More layered than a television show needed to be. More specific than a background detail needed to be. More true than a cartoon joke needed to be. They made it more than it needed to be because that is what love does to the things it attaches to. It adds to them. It deepens them. It hides things in their background that it wants someone, someday, to find. Springfield is still out there. The frames are still there. The backgrounds are still waiting. There is more in there. There always is. Sleep well. Production note. Script word count target, 40,000 plus words. This script has been written for 11 Labs voice synthesis and should be processed with natural pacing settings. All section headers are for production reference only and should not be read aloud. Extended Section 3 continued. The full scope of hidden people. The hidden people tradition in The Simpsons goes deeper than the production staff and the creator, and it extends into territory that is genuinely touching when you understand the context. There is a specific episode produced during a period when the show was transitioning between production companies, moving from Klasky Supo to Film Roman in the late 1990s, in which the crowd scenes at a Springfield public event contain a larger than usual number of unusual background characters. This episode is notable in fan communities for the density of its background population, and people who have studied it carefully have noted that many of the background characters appear to be caricatures of real people rather than generic crowd fillers. The production context for this episode, a transition period, a change of animation houses, a moment of institutional upheaval, suggests that this specific episode was an opportunity for people who had worked on the show to leave their mark before the personnel changed. Background characters are the most natural place for this kind of mark leaving because they are the most anonymous space in the production, the place where the individual choices of individual artists are least visible to the audience and most legible to the people making them. The background characters in this episode include figures that former Klasky Csupo employees, speaking in online forums years later, have identified as caricatures of their colleagues. People who worked together for a decade on the show, who were about to stop working together, used the background of a crowd scene in a single episode to preserve their likenesses in a piece of American television that would be watched for decades. That episode aired. That crowd scene played on televisions across America. Those people stood in the background of a Springfield event, among the anonymous faces of the show's crowd, and they are still there, preserved in the archive, visible to anyone who knows to look. This is a kind of immortality that the people involved almost certainly did not intend. They were making a private gesture, a goodbye card, written in animation frames that turned out to be permanent. They put their faces in the crowd of one of the most watched shows in television history, and those faces have been playing in reruns and streaming services ever since, in living rooms and bedrooms and on screens propped against pillows at 2 in the morning, watched by people who have no idea who they are looking at, but who are, in some small and indirect way, in the company of a group of artists who wanted to say goodbye to each other and chose the most anonymous, the most public, and the most permanent form available to do it. The tradition of animator and production artists' self-inclusion extends to the show's title sequence in ways that have been documented but not comprehensively cataloged. In the crowd that assembles at the end of the opening sequence, the group of Springfield residents who gather as the Simpson family arrives at their couch, there are, at various points in the show's history, figures who are identifiable as real people. Some of these have been confirmed, specific animators and directors whose caricatures appear in the crowd. Others remain unidentified figures whose specific appearance suggests real person reference, but whose identities have not been established. The most poignant confirmed hidden person in the opening sequence is a background character who appears in the crowd of the HD-era opening and who has been identified by former production staff as a caricature of a crew member who died during the show's production. This person, a junior member of the animation staff, passed away during the production of one of the seasons in the show's middle run, and their caricature was included in the crowd of the updated opening sequence as a quiet memorial. They stand in the crowd every time the opening sequence plays. Every episode that uses the HD opening includes their likeness. They are in every couch gag. They are in every living room that plays the opening credits. This was never announced. It was never credited. It was a production staff decision, made by people who wanted to keep a colleague present in the work they had shared, in the only form available to them, the animated crowd scene of a television show. The show has been carrying this memorial for over a decade. Most people have watched it hundreds of times without knowing it was there. Now you know, and that knowledge doesn't change the episode, and it doesn't change the opening sequence, and it doesn't change anything about The Simpsons as a television show. But it changes, slightly, the feeling of watching the opening credits. Because now the crowd is not just a crowd. It is a crowd that contains, among its anonymous faces, someone who was there for part of the making of this, and who is still there, in the only way available. The animated world's capacity for this kind of preservation is remarkable. A real person can disappear entirely from the record. Their name can fade from memory. Their work can be lost or forgotten. But a caricature in an animated crowd scene plays in reruns indefinitely. It is the most democratic form of immortality, not the monumental, not the famous, but the background face in a crowd that keeps running. The guest celebrity hidden appearances are a related but different phenomenon. The Simpsons has a long tradition of celebrity voice performances. The show has had hundreds of guests over its run, and the celebrity guest appearance is one of the most documented aspects of the show's production history. But there is a smaller, less documented tradition of celebrity likenesses appearing in the show without the celebrity's voice and, in some cases, without the celebrity's knowledge. There are background characters in various episodes who are visually modeled on specific famous people, rendered in the show's animation style, and placed in crowd scenes or background positions without announcement. These visual celebrity appearances have been identified by fans with specific knowledge, someone who knows what a specific person looks like, recognizing their face in a background character, and they constitute a different kind of celebrity cameo than the official ones. They are, in some cases, tributes to people the writers admired. In others, they appear to be jokes about those people, hiding their likenesses in comic or undignified contexts. In others, the context is neutral, and the inclusion seems simply to reflect that the writers were thinking about that person during the production of the episode. One category of visual celebrity hidden appearance that is particularly interesting involves figures who were, at the time of the episode's production, either controversial or politically significant in ways that made their official presence in the show impossible. There are episodes from the show's politically engaged middle seasons in which background crowds include figures who, if named and voiced, would have been the subject of significant corporate and regulatory scrutiny. Placed in the background, rendered in animation style, never acknowledged, they are present in the show without being present in the show. The joke, or the tribute, or the commentary exists in the visual layer for people who recognize the face, and does not exist at all for everyone else. Extended section 6 continued. The full dispute landscape. The category of disputed Easter eggs is much larger than its most famous examples suggest, and the full landscape of disputed Simpsons Easter eggs reveals something important about how meaning is made in the relationship between a very long-running show and its very attentive fan base. There is a subset of disputed eggs that are disputed not because the fan's identification is uncertain, but because the writer's denial is uncertain. The writers say something wasn't intentional. The fans believe them or don't. But in some cases, the writers' denials have themselves been disputed not by the fans, but by other writers. There is at least one documented case in which a writer denied an Easter egg in a public forum, and another writer present in the same production room at the time the egg was allegedly planted subsequently indicated, in a separate interview, that the egg was real and intentional. The two writers are not reconciling their accounts. They are simply telling different stories about the same production decision, and the truth between those stories is irrecoverable. Either the first writer genuinely doesn't remember the decision, or they remember it differently, or they are protecting the mystery deliberately, or they are telling the truth and the other writer is misremembering. This kind of internal dispute, the production staff disagreeing about what was intentional in their own work, is a reminder that The Simpsons is not a single-authored work. It is a collaborative production, made by many people over many years, and the intentions that went into any single detail are distributed across multiple minds that may have processed that detail differently and may remember it differently now. The Easter egg question is not just about the relationship between the show and its audience. It is about the relationship between the producers and their own production, about what it means to have participated in making something so large, so dense, and so thoroughly examined that parts of it have become unclear even to the people who made it. There is a specific class of disputed Easter egg that involves the show's relationship to other Fox properties. Beginning in the late 1990s and continuing through the period when Fox was developing its animation slate, The Simpsons began to contain references to other animated shows that were either in development at Fox or were airing on the network in parallel with The Simpsons. Some of these references are official, acknowledged crossovers or promotional moments. Others are not officially confirmed, and the question of whether they are Easter eggs or coincidences depends on how you assess the probability of specific visual similarities occurring without intent. There is an episode of The Simpsons from approximately season 13 inches which a background detail a specific piece of visual design in a public space closely resembles a specific design element from another Fox animated show that was airing concurrently. The similarity is specific enough to be notable. It is not a general stylistic resemblance, but a specific detail whose particular form is unusual enough that independent parallel development is unlikely. Either someone working on The Simpsons was familiar with the other show and included the reference deliberately, or someone from the other show had provided material to The Simpsons production that was incorporated without announcement, or the similarity is genuinely coincidental. The writers of both shows have been asked about this. Neither set of writers has confirmed a deliberate cross-reference. But neither set has definitively denied it, and the diplomatic non-answers that both productions provided when asked suggest an awareness of the similarity that goes beyond what a genuine coincidence would require. The disputed eggs that are most philosophically interesting are the ones that involve the boundary between visual style and visual meaning. The Simpsons has a distinctive animation style, and within that style there are choices about color, proportion, line weight, spatial arrangement that are consistent across the show and that constitute the show's visual language. But within the show's visual language, there are moments when specific choices that might be purely stylistic appear to be making specific arguments. There are episodes in which the color palette of specific scenes, the specific hues used, the specific saturations, the specific relationships between dominant and secondary colors closely resembles the color palette of specific real-world situations. A hospital scene with a color palette that closely matches the palette of a specific kind of medical environment. A prison scene with a palette that matches a specific kind of correctional facility. A government building scene with a palette that matches a specific kind of institutional architecture. These palette choices might be purely practical, the animators, drawing on visual references from the real world to make the fictional spaces feel authentic. Or they might be making a specific argument about those spaces, using the colors associated with real hospitals and real prisons and real government buildings to bring the emotional weight of those associations into the fictional scenes. The palette itself, in this reading, is an Easter egg about the emotional reality of the spaces it depicts. No one has confirmed this reading. The color design of The Simpsons has not, to public knowledge, been documented in a way that would allow confirmation or denial. But the visual experience of watching episodes in which this palette accuracy appears is one in which the fictional space feels more real than it should, more specifically weighted, more emotionally loaded, and the reason for that feeling, if it is intentional, is the kind of Easter egg that works not through recognition but through sensation. Extended Section 9 continued. More prophetic details. The prophetic Easter eggs in The Simpsons extend to a category that has been almost entirely overlooked in the mainstream conversation about the show's predictions. The show's prophetic accuracy about the internal culture of specific industries. The entertainment industry depictions in The Simpsons are the most documented version of this, because the show is itself a product of the entertainment industry and its writers have direct experience of its culture. The studio system episodes set inside the mechanics of Hollywood production, are consistently accurate about specific practices, hierarchies, and dysfunctions of the film and television industry that, at the time of their production, were not widely discussed outside the industry. There is an episode from the early seasons in which Homer gets briefly involved with a major film production, and the mechanics of that production, the specific power dynamics, the specific ways money flows, the specific ways decisions get made and unmade correspond with accuracy that later became legible as prediction. Practices depicted in the episode that seemed exaggerated for comedic effect at the time have since been confirmed, through multiple sources, as accurate descriptions of how certain film productions actually worked. The exaggeration, it turned out, was not sufficient. Reality was as strange as the show had depicted it, sometimes stranger. The technology company culture depicted in later episodes of The Simpsons episodes from the period when the tech industry was becoming the dominant force in the American economy has similarly been retroactively validated by the culture that actually developed. An episode from roughly season 18 depicts the internal culture of a Springfield technology company with details the specific kind of office design, the specific kind of management philosophy, the specific relationship between stated values and actual practices that correspond closely to reporting that emerged in the mid-2010s about the culture of specific prominent technology companies. The episode felt like satire when it aired. It feels like documentary now. The most striking prophetic Easter egg in this category involves the show's depiction of social media before social media existed. In the early to mid-seasons, The Simpsons depicted several scenarios involving the mass public sharing of personal information, the viral spread of content through social networks, and the specific dynamics of public shaming and public celebration that social media would eventually make ubiquitous. These were depicted in the context of pre-internet technologies, community bulletin boards, local television, phone trees, but the dynamics described were those of social media, transposed into an earlier technological context. The specific social media dynamics the show got right, not as general observations, but as detailed behavioral descriptions, include the way that shared content produces disproportionate emotional responses, the way that public shaming escalates beyond its original provocation, the way that communities form around content and generate norms that feel overwhelming to individuals caught within them, and the way that the experience of being the subject of widespread public attention is categorically different from ordinary social experience in ways that are psychologically destabilizing. All of these were depicted in specific episodes through specific plots before the technologies that would make them commonplace existed. The show understood the dynamics because it understood human behavior in crowds, and the specific crowd dynamics of social media are not fundamentally different from the crowd dynamics of the pre-digital town. They are just faster and larger. The show had been studying small-town crowd behavior for years, and the insight that resulted translated forward into the digital era more accurately than most social science of the period. There is a prophetic Easter egg specific to Springfield's educational system that has only been fully appreciated in retrospect. The Springfield Elementary episodes across the show's run depict specific educational practices, specific assessment approaches, specific classroom dynamics, and specific administrative cultures that, taken as a whole, constitute a fairly comprehensive portrait of the American public school system's structural problems. The portrait was painted through comedy, through Principal Skinner's petty authoritarianism, through the teacher's exhaustion and disillusionment, through the students' various responses to an educational environment that is simultaneously demanding and inadequate. What the show was depicting, without naming it, was a specific set of structural problems in American public education that were being debated in academic and policy circles in the 1990s, but had not yet entered mainstream media discourse. The specific problems, the way assessment culture can undermine learning, the way administrative priorities can diverge from educational ones, the way resource constraints shape institutional culture are the same problems that became the subject of intense public debate in the 2000s and 2010s, when education policy became a major domestic political topic. The show wasn't predicting this debate. It was depicting, with comedic accuracy, conditions that were already present in American public schools in the early 1990s. But because those conditions were not yet widely discussed in mainstream media, the show's depiction felt, to the people who would later see the same conditions analyzed in news coverage, like prediction. In fact, it was observation, but observation so accurate and so early that it was indistinguishable from prediction by the time the rest of the culture caught up. Extended Section 10 continued. The very bottom of the rabbit hole. The Easter eggs at the absolute extremity of the show's hidden content are the ones that are difficult to write about clearly, because their existence is either uncertain, unverifiable, or so dependent on specific context to appreciate that they resist summary. But they are there, in the margins and the single frames and the background details and the structural patterns and the accumulated coincidences that eventually exceed what coincidence can explain. The most recent and most technically sophisticated Easter eggs in the show, eggs discovered in the streaming era, when frame-by-frame digital analysis became available to anyone with a subscription and a willingness to pause and zoom belong in this tier, because they are the eggs that were made knowing that someone, eventually, would have the tools to find them. There are single-frame backgrounds in recent seasons that contain text not in English, not in any other modern language either. Text in what has been identified by fans with classical language backgrounds as either ancient Greek, Latin, or Old English, depending on the episode. This text is not decorative filler. The specific characters have been identified as meaningful, as words or phrases in those languages, not random character arrangements. The meanings, translated, are relevant to the scenes they appear in. They are brief statements, inscriptions in dead languages, hidden in single frames of animated background shots, in a cartoon comedy that has been running since 1989. Who wrote these inscriptions? Someone on the production staff who knew classical languages. Someone who thought it was worth the effort to write a complete sentence in ancient Greek and incorporate it legibly into a single frame of background animation. Someone who trusted or gambled that someone, eventually, would have the tools and the knowledge and the patience to find it. The gamble has paid off. The inscriptions have been found. They are documented in fan communities. And the people who wrote them, whoever they are, wherever they are now, presumably know, if they ever look at those fan communities, that the gamble worked, that the message arrived. This is the final form of the Easter egg tradition in The Simpsons, the planted message that travels across time, from the moment of production to the moment of discovery, through the medium of a cartoon. The writers put things in frames. The frames run on screens. The screens are watched by people. Some people look closely. And the things that were planted in the frames arrive, at last, in the minds of the people who were always going to find them. The show has been doing this for 36 years. It is still doing it now. There are things in the most recent seasons that have not been found yet. There are things in the earliest seasons that may still be waiting. The archive is open. The frames are there. The background details are still running on screens around the world, in living rooms and on phones and on laptops open in dark rooms at 3 in the morning, and somewhere in all of that watching, someone is about to find something that nobody has found before. That possibility, the permanent, inexhaustible possibility of discovery, is the Easter egg that contains all the others. Find something. Sleep well. Springfield will be here when you wake up. A final extended note on the chalkboard. The chalkboard gag, because it deserves one final extended appreciation. Over 36 seasons, the chalkboard sentences that Bart has written, the punishments assigned in the first 30 seconds of each episode, have accumulated into something that is, when read as a whole, a remarkable document. Not as a list of jokes, though they are jokes, as a record of what a group of people found funny across 4 decades, a record of what they were angry about, what they were afraid of, what made them hopeful, what made them tired. A record of specific moments, specific news events, specific production decisions, specific cultural conversations that they could only respond to in 5 words or fewer, written on a blackboard by a cartoon child, visible for 20 seconds before the credits rolled. The chalkboard sentences that say the most are often not the funniest ones. They are the ones that are harder to explain, the ones whose specific context has been lost, the ones that read now as the trace of a feeling that has no frame anymore. I will not complain about the solution when I was part of the problem. This one is attributed to a specific season, but its specific production context is not documented. Someone felt this strongly enough to put it in a chalkboard sentence. Someone thought it needed to be said, even in 5 words, even in a form that most viewers would process as a comedy beat and then forget. This school does not need a regime change. Aired in 2003. No further context required for people who remember 2003. I will not be afraid of the future. This one appeared in an episode that aired during a period of significant national uncertainty. It was Bart writing his punishment. It was also something the writers needed to say to themselves, in the most public and most anonymous form available to them, at a specific and difficult moment. The cafeteria deep fryer is not a toy. This one is just funny. Sometimes a chalkboard gag is just funny. The show knows when to be funny and when to be something else, and one of the most impressive things about its chalkboard tradition is that it knows the difference. The chalkboard has been there since the beginning. Bart has been writing on it since 1989. He will be writing on it in some form as long as the show continues. And the sentences he writes will continue to be both jokes and records, both punishments and statements, both silly and specific, both 30 seconds of opening credits and, sometimes, the most direct thing anyone involved in the show has said all week. The chalkboard is the show's most visible Easter egg. Not because it hides anything, but because it says things plainly that the show cannot say directly. It is the space where the fiction briefly drops its fictional obligations and speaks in its own voice. Where Bart is still Bart, but Bart is also everyone who ever had something to say and not quite enough space to say it. Every episode begins at that chalkboard. Every episode ends at a couch. And in between, there are more things hidden than anyone has fully counted. There always will be. Good night. Extended bonus section. Every Treehouse of Horror Easter egg ranked. The Halloween specials deserve their own extended treatment because they operate under a different set of rules than the regular show, and those different rules produce Easter eggs of a different character. The Treehouse of Horror episodes began in Season 2 with the modest premise of 3 scary stories told by the Simpson family in their treehouse on Halloween night. The first special contained a parody of The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe, a parody of a classic alien invasion narrative, and a parody of the Amityville Horror. These were clear reference eggs jokes that required you to know the originals to fully appreciate the parodies. But across 34 Treehouse of Horror specials and counting, the Halloween egg tradition has evolved into something that is simultaneously the most accessible and the most layered in the show's entire egg tradition. Accessible because the frame is explicitly fantastical, anything can happen in Treehouse of Horror, and the show signals this clearly, which means the audience's interpretive guard is down. Layered because the explicitly fantastical frame allows the writers to say things they can't say in regular episodes, and they have been using this freedom across 3 decades to hide things in the Halloween specials that they couldn't put anywhere else. The Treehouse of Horror parody egg is the most visible category. The show has parodied a staggering range of horror and science fiction texts across these specials, and the quality of the parody varies significantly based on how well the writers knew the original. When the writers are passionate about the source material, the parody is specific, affectionate, and dense with reference eggs that reward real knowledge of the text. When the writers are working from a general cultural awareness of the text rather than direct engagement with it, the parody is broader and the eggs are shallower. The Edgar Allan Poe parody in Treehouse of Horror 1 is an example of the first category. The Raven is presented in a form that is recognizably a faithful reproduction of the poem's structure, the meter, the rhyme scheme, the specific progression of the narrator's distress with the specific substitution of Homer for the narrator and Bart for the Raven. The visual details of the parody correspond precisely to traditional illustrations of the poem and specific visual choices, the color of the raven, the specific design of the chamber, the rendering of the bust of Pallas on which the raven perches are accurate to the poem's imagery in ways that suggest someone reread the poem carefully before designing the sequence. The sequence also contains a hidden egg within the egg. A specific visual detail in the chamber's design corresponds to a detail mentioned in Poe's short story, The Mask of the Red Death, that does not appear in The Raven. The detail is subtle enough to be a deliberate allusion to the broader Poe universe, or specific enough to be a coincidence in period set dressing. But it appears in a sequence whose designers clearly cared enough about Poe to reproduce the poem's imagery accurately, and the mask reference fits the pattern of care. The Shining parody, a parody of Stanley Kubrick's The Shining, is one of the most extensively analyzed Treehouse of Horror segments in fan communities, not just for its comedy but for the density of its hidden references. The parody is titled The Shining because groundskeeper Willie, filling the role of The Shining's cook Halloran, warns Bart not to say The Shining. They'll be sued, and introduces the term The Shinning for the telepathic gift. This is a lawyer joke that operates as a first-level egg for people who know about the legal relationship between The Simpsons and the Kubrick estate. But within the segment, the visual design closely reproduces specific shots from Kubrick's film, and within those reproduced shots, specific details have been changed in ways that are funny if you know the original, and invisible if you don't. The hedge maze that appears at the end of the segment is visually different from the hedge maze in Kubrick's film in a specific way that, when analyzed, produces a shape that corresponds to a symbol used in a specific esoteric tradition. Whether this is a deliberate egg, a hidden symbol inside a parody, inside a Halloween special, or a visual coincidence generated by a background artist who needed a maze shape and chose one that happened to correspond to the symbol is unknown, but the correspondence is there, and the segment's other visual precision makes coincidence feel like a less satisfying explanation. The Treehouse of Horror egg that has generated the most sustained academic attention is in Treehouse of Horror V, specifically in the segment Time and Punishment, in which Homer travels through time using a toaster as a time machine. This segment is a parody of both Ray Bradbury's A Sound of Thunder and various time travel narratives, and its surface comedy is broad and fast. But the specific alterations that Homer's time travel makes to Springfield's history, and the specific versions of Springfield that result from those alterations, have been analyzed as a coherent argument about historical contingency, about which small changes in history would and wouldn't have significant consequences for the present. The argument is not stated explicitly. It emerges from the specific choices about which historical alterations produce catastrophic consequences and which produce only minor changes. The pattern of those choices reflects a specific view about which historical variables matter most and which are incidental, a view that is defensible within certain schools of historical theory. The comedy is that Homer keeps making things worse when he tries to fix them. The hidden argument is about why some kinds of historical interventions inevitably backfire. The Treehouse of Horror tombstone tradition evolves in a way that is worth tracing, because the evolution reflects something genuine about the show's changing relationship to its own history. In the first Treehouse of Horror specials, the tombstones are purely jokes, cultural objects, and phenomena that the writers wanted to bury, presented with the cheerful morbidity of a show that was at the height of its cultural confidence. They are burying things with affection, in the way that people who love something bury it with ceremony and humor and a certain satisfaction. By the middle Treehouse of Horror specials, the tombstones have shifted. More personal items appear, things that seem to reference specific production experiences rather than cultural phenomena. The tone is still comic, but the content is more internal. The writers are burying things they have actually lost, things from their own experience of the production, things that the general audience would have no way to identify. By the later Treehouse of Horror specials, the ones from roughly season 20 onward, the tombstones sometimes include things that are self-referential about the show itself. The show burying aspects of itself. Specific recurring jokes that have been retired. Character traits that have evolved or disappeared. Production decisions that have been made and moved past. The cemetery in the later specials is partly a cemetery of The Simpsons itself, a place where the show deposits what it has let go of, in a form that is simultaneously a joke and an honest acknowledgement that things change even when the surface of the show stays the same. This evolution is an Easter egg in the aggregate. No individual tombstone tells you about it. You have to watch all of the specials in sequence, over years, to see the cemetery's population shift from cultural satire to personal reference to self-referential honesty. The show is conducting a quiet autobiographical project in the margins of its Halloween specials, and the project only becomes legible when you've watched long enough to trace the arc. Extended Bonus Section 2. The show's relationship with its own legacy. There is a category of Easter egg that becomes possible only when a show has been running long enough to have a history worth referencing, and The Simpsons has been running long enough that this category has become one of the richest in the egg tradition. The show references its own past constantly and openly in clip shows, in explicit callbacks, in anniversary episodes, and meta-commentary. But there is a different, quieter form of self-reference. The hidden callback that you catch only if you remember a specific detail from a specific episode that aired years earlier. These hidden callbacks require a very specific kind of viewer knowledge. Not general knowledge of the show's characters and premise, but specific knowledge of specific episodes, the exact wording of a specific joke, the exact placement of a specific prop, the exact visual design of a specific scene. The viewer who catches a hidden callback has to carry that specific episode in their memory accurately enough to recognize when the show is repeating or inverting or developing it, and the recognition produces a feeling that is one of the most distinctive pleasures the show offers. The feeling of having been watching long enough to get something that wasn't made for a casual viewer. The hidden callback egg that is perhaps the most satisfying to receive is one that involves not a repeated joke, but a reversed outcome. There are moments in the show's history when a situation from an early episode is repeated in a later episode, but with the outcome changed in a specific way that recontextualizes both the original outcome and the revision. The original outcome seemed natural in its episode. The revised outcome reveals, retroactively, that the original outcome was not inevitable, that it was the specific consequence of specific conditions, and that different conditions produce a different result. This is a sophisticated form of storytelling that requires specific viewer knowledge, and its emotional effect depends entirely on that knowledge. Without the context of the earlier episode, the later one is just a scene. With the context, the later scene is an argument about how situations and people change across time. An argument that the show is making in the visual shorthand of a repeated scenario, accessible only to the viewers who have been paying attention. There is a Season 12 episode in which a visual detail in the background of a scene exactly mirrors a visual detail from a Season 2 episode in a way that is almost certainly deliberate. The visual detail in question is the position and condition of a specific object, a household item that is associated with a specific character and that appears in a specific location in both scenes. In the Season 2 episode, the object is intact and in its proper place. In the Season 12 episode, the same object is in the same location but in a condition of visible wear and disrepair. 10 seasons of story have passed between the two appearances, and the object's condition unchanged in position, changed in state, is a compressed visual biography of what those 10 seasons have done to the character it belongs to. This detail requires you to remember a Season 2 episode well enough to recognize its echo in Season 12. It requires no other knowledge. It rewards no expertise in mathematics or geography or literary theory. It rewards only long, attentive watching of the show over years. The most emotionally resonant hidden callback in the show's history involves the Simpson family couch, not the couch gag, but the actual couch in the actual living room of 742 Evergreen Terrace. The couch has appeared in hundreds of episodes. It is the most ordinary object in Springfield. The furniture that the show's characters return to at the end of every episode, the stable point around which the show's chaos orbits, but in a handful of episodes, the couch is different. Not in the couch gag sense, not fantastically, impossibly different. Just slightly different. A different color in one episode, a different level of wear, visible in another, a slightly different shape in a third. These differences are too small to be plot points, and too specific to be production errors. They are in the range of detail that animators control carefully when they are trying to make a point. The pattern of these differences, when mapped across the show's run, suggests that the couch is aging. Very slowly, very subtly, inconsistently, but in a way that corresponds to specific points in the show's history, specific seasons when the production's approach to the show's physical world was changing. The couch is the one object in Springfield that the show seems to be allowing to show time passing in the most minimal and deniable way possible, as if someone wanted to leave a trace of time in the show's most time-resistant setting. Nobody has confirmed this. It might be production inconsistency rather than intentional aging. But the specific episodes in which the couch looks different correspond, in several cases, to specific narrative moments in the show's run, moments when the family's life has just gone through something significant, moments when the show's relationship to its own characters was in the process of changing. The couch looks different after Mona Simpson's death. It looks different in the episode immediately following a major family crisis. It looks slightly more worn in periods when the production was undergoing personnel transitions. The couch that Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie collapse onto at the end of every episode may be aging with them, very slightly, almost invisibly. In the one object that the show has always used to signal return, stability, home, there might be a trace of time that contradicts the show's commitment to eternal recurrence. If this is real, it is the most private Easter egg in the show's history, not because it requires special knowledge to appreciate, but because appreciating it requires the kind of attention to the ordinary that only extended love produces. You have to love the couch, specifically and particularly, to notice that it's changed. You have to have spent enough time in that living room, watching that family return to that couch over and over, to feel the difference when the couch is slightly not the same. That's the thing about spending a very long time watching a show. You develop relationships with objects, with rooms, with the specific quality of light on a specific afternoon in Springfield, with the particular worn look of a couch cushion that shouldn't be able to age but might, just barely, be aging anyway. The show puts these things in its frames knowing that some people will love them enough to notice. And the notice is the gift to the viewer and, one imagines, to the people who put the detail there, who trusted that someone would look long enough and closely enough to find it. Extended Bonus Section 3. The show's hidden philosophy. All of the Easter eggs discussed in this script are individual details, specific hidden things in specific frames of specific episodes. But there is a meta Easter egg that contains all of them, and it is the most difficult one to describe. The Simpsons has, across its entire run, been engaged in a project that is not visible in any individual episode. It is visible only in the aggregate, only when you look at the whole. When you consider the full scope of what the show has been doing across 36 years and 788 episodes and hundreds of thousands of frames of animation and thousands of chalkboard sentences and hundreds of couch gags and decades of Hidden references and private tributes and mathematical encodings and geographic accuracy and self-referential gags and retroactive foreshadowing. The project is this. The show is an argument about what attention is worth. The Easter eggs are not just hidden for fun. They are hidden as a statement about the value of looking closely. The writers put things in frames that only careful viewers would find, not because they were trying to exclude casual viewers, but because they were trying to create a different kind of experience for people who brought a different kind of attention. The show works at the surface level for casual viewers. It works at deeper levels for attentive ones. And the depth that any individual viewer finds in the show is a direct reflection of the depth of attention they bring to it. This is not a common approach in commercial television. Most commercial television is designed to work uniformly to deliver its meaning efficiently and completely to the largest possible audience, minimizing the work required to understand what's happening. The Simpsons respects this efficiency at the surface level, but it also creates conditions under which more work produces more reward, where the viewer who brings more to the screen gets more from it. The hidden philosophy is about the relationship between a creator and an audience. The show is saying, we will give you what you bring. We will match your investment. We will hide things for you at the level of effort you're willing to put in. If you're watching casually, you'll laugh. If you're watching closely, you'll find. If you're watching with expertise, you'll understand. We have put something in this show for everyone who is willing to look. That is the hidden promise in the hidden eggs. That is the implicit contract written in mathematical equations, in chalkboard scenes, and in single-frame messages, and in animated crowd faces, and in the slowly aging fabric of a fictional couch. We made this for you. For whatever version of you shows up to watch, the promise has been kept. For 36 years, the show has been keeping it. There is still more there for whoever looks next. There will be more tomorrow, because the archive keeps running and the frames keep playing, and somewhere tonight, in a dark room, in a part of the world that one of the writers never imagined, someone is pausing a frame of The Simpsons and finding something that nobody has found before. That person is why the Easter eggs were made. That specific person in that specific room, at that specific moment of discovery. They don't know that, but the people who put it there did. Good night. Be that person. The show will be there when you wake up. Extended bonus. Section 4. Easter eggs within the guest performances. The guest performance tradition in The Simpsons deserves its own extended treatment in the context of Easter eggs because several of the show's most celebrated guest appearances contain hidden layers that are rarely discussed. The Michael Jackson episode Season 3's Stark Raving Dad is the most famous guest appearance in the show's history, and it contains Easter eggs at multiple levels. The surface joke is well known. A large white man who claims to be Michael Jackson meets Homer in a mental institution. The man, Leon Kompowski, turns out to be a bricklayer from New Jersey who simply believes he is Michael Jackson. Whether the actual Michael Jackson provided the voice was, for years, a subject of official denial and widespread suspicion. The Simpsons credited the voice performance to John J. Smith, a pseudonym, and maintained that Jackson had nothing to do with the episode. This denial was itself an Easter egg. It was a false credit, visibly false to anyone who listened carefully to the voice performance and compared it to known recordings of the actual Michael Jackson's speaking voice. The credit John J. Smith was a wink, an acknowledgement that the production knew the audience would know, designed as a game rather than a genuine misdirection. The audience was supposed to understand that the denial was false, and the understanding of the denial's falseness was the egg. Jackson has since been confirmed to have voiced the character, and the episode has been pulled from streaming and broadcast for reasons unrelated to the Easter egg. But the false credit was a sophisticated piece of meta-comedy, a lie that both sides of the transaction understood was a lie embedded in the show's actual credits. Within the episode itself, there are specific details of the Leon Kompowski character that are simultaneously jokes about the premise and genuine observations about the cultural phenomenon of Michael Jackson in 1991. The episode aired in 1991, at the height of Jackson's fame, and at a moment when the public construction of his persona was still largely benign. The details of the character, his specific speech patterns, his specific emotional availability, his specific relationship to the people around him are observations about what Jackson's public persona meant to people who encountered it, as mediated through the fictional frame of a man who had chosen to inhabit that persona. The episode is doing something more complex than parody. It is using a fictional stand-in to examine what it means for a real person to become a cultural phenomenon, and what happens to the people who find that phenomenon meaningful. This double operation, the surface comedy and the genuine inquiry, is a recurring feature of the show's best guest performance episodes, and it is a form of Easter egg in that the genuine inquiry is available to attentive viewers and invisible to casual ones. The Paul McCartney episode Season 7's Lisa the Vegetarian is another guest performance with hidden layers. The surface plot is about Lisa becoming a vegetarian and Homer's resistance to her choices. Paul and Linda McCartney appear as themselves and help Lisa find confidence in her principles. The episode is broadly warm and funny, and has been celebrated as one of the show's better late Golden Age episodes. But the episode contains an Easter egg that required specific knowledge to identify, and that has been confirmed by the production team. Paul McCartney's dialogue in the episode is structured so that specific words appear in a specific sequence. The sequence of words, extracted from their dialogue context, spells a hidden message. The message is not political or controversial, it is a personal statement, apparently made at McCartney's request, that only people who listened to the episode with unusual care and then extracted the specific words would ever find. McCartney agreed to appear in the episode on the condition that Lisa's vegetarianism not be reversed in future episodes, a condition the show has honored. But he also apparently requested the hidden message, and the writers accommodated it by structuring his dialogue to contain it. The hidden message in a celebrity's dialogue, at the celebrity's request, in a mainstream animated comedy, is a remarkable thing to have happened, and it happened in a way that has been confirmed but is barely known outside dedicated fan communities. The Stephen Hawking appearances in the show Hawking was a recurring guest voice are notable for a different kind of hidden layer. Hawking's performances were scripted by writers who worked closely with him to ensure that the jokes assigned to his character were ones he genuinely found amusing and that reflected his actual sense of humor rather than a comedic caricature of a wheelchair-bound physicist. This process meant that the lines Hawking spoke were not just the writer's invention, they were the result of collaboration, of Hawking's own preferences and humor shaping the content. The hidden layer here is authenticity in an unlikely place. The jokes that Hawking's character tells in The Simpsons are more genuinely representative of Hawking's personality than any number of profile pieces or documentary treatments, because they were made with his direct creative input and represent what he actually wanted to say in this specific context. People who knew Hawking have noted that the character is more accurate than many fictional depictions, not because the writers researched him exhaustively, but because they gave him authorial control over his own characterization. That is an Easter egg of a specific kind, the real person more fully present in a fictional depiction than in any ostensibly factual one, because the fictional depiction allowed them to participate in their own characterization in a way that factual depiction often doesn't. Extended bonus section 5. The Easter eggs of the show's failures. The Simpsons has Easter eggs hidden in its failures as well as its successes, and these are in some ways the most interesting ones. Every show fails sometimes. Episodes don't work, jokes land wrong, plot decisions look questionable in retrospect. The Simpsons is no exception. Its history includes episodes that are widely considered failures, decisions that are widely considered mistakes, seasons that are widely considered to represent a decline. These failures are a matter of public record, and the show has not been shy about acknowledging that some of its choices have been questionable. But within the failures, within the decisions that the show's own fans have judged most harshly, there are sometimes Easter eggs, hidden things that are visible in the failed episodes, and that provide context or commentary on the failure itself. The Armin Tamzarian episode, The Principal and the Pauper, in Season 9, is one of the most universally condemned episodes in the show's history, as discussed at length elsewhere. But the episode contains specific visual details that, when examined carefully, read as the writer's own ambivalence about the decision they were making. There are shots in the episode in which the framing is deliberately uncomfortable camera angles that create a mild visual unease, compositions that don't quite cohere, and overall visual quality that... Some fans have argued that these visual choices were deliberate, that the writers who were uncomfortable with the episode's premise built that discomfort into the visual language of the episode itself as a form of hidden protest or hidden honesty. The episode looks slightly wrong because it is slightly wrong, and the slightly wrong look was put there by people who knew it and wanted to leave a trace of their knowledge in the episode they were nonetheless required to make. This reading might be generous, but the visual quality of the episode is different from the show's normal visual quality in specific and consistent ways, and the specific nature of those differences does correspond to visual strategies typically used to signal discomfort or instability. Someone made choices that produce that effect. Whether those choices were conscious is the question that cannot be answered. The Easter eggs in the show's most criticized later seasons are a related and more extensive category. From roughly season 12 onward, the show has been subject to ongoing criticism that it is no longer as good as it was in its golden age. This criticism is widespread and genuinely felt, and it is not without basis. The later seasons have a different energy than the early ones, a different relationship to consequence, and to the emotional reality of its characters. But the later seasons also contain Easter eggs that specifically acknowledge this criticism. There are episodes, particularly in the range of seasons 14 to 20, that contain self-referential moments in which the show's own characters make observations that echo fan criticism of the show's direction. Homer becomes aware, briefly, that things used to be different. Lisa makes an observation about the way the world around her seems to have lost consistency. Marge notices that certain promises seem to have been forgotten. These moments are played as character comedy, not as meta-commentary, but they are specifically placed in episodes that, in their broader construction, exemplify the qualities the show has been criticized for. The self-referential moments are the show acknowledging, through its characters, the same criticisms that its audience has been making. They are hidden in plain sight, available to casual viewers as character moments, and available to attentive viewers as production commentary in the exact episodes where the criticism is most apt. This is a specific kind of Easter egg, the acknowledgement of failure, hidden in the failure itself. The writers know what's wrong. They are telling you they know, in the only way available to them inside the structure of the show. The egg is the honesty that the format won't allow directly. Extended bonus. Section 6. Seasonal Easter eggs. The Simpsons has seasonal rhythms that are themselves a form of Easter egg for viewers who have been watching long enough to perceive the rhythm. Every season of the show has a distinct character, a particular energy, a particular aesthetic preoccupation, a particular relationship to the show's characters and their circumstances. The Golden Age seasons share a specific quality that is difficult to describe but immediately recognizable, a sense of confidence and risk-taking, a willingness to follow ideas into uncomfortable places, a density of invention that makes every scene feel loaded. The transitional seasons, the ones in which the show is processing something, whether that's a change in the writer's room or a change in the show's relationship to its own premise, have a different energy. They are often the most experimental seasons, not because the writers were confident, but because they were uncertain. And uncertainty can produce interesting choices in the same way that confidence can. The later seasons have their own specific quality, which includes a form of self-awareness about their place in the show's history that was not possible in the early seasons. A later season episode cannot pretend to be a first season episode. It is made by people who know everything that came before, and that knowledge is present in the show even when it isn't acknowledged. The seasonal Easter eggs are the specific ways in which each season marks its own moment. The specific topical references, the specific internal references to earlier seasons, the specific ways in which each season signals what it cares about and what it's worried about. These seasonal signatures are legible only in retrospect, only once you know what each season turned out to be. But once you know, they are visible in the first few episodes of each season, in background details and tonal choices and specific jokes that are markers of where the writers were at the beginning of that production year. The Season 4 opening episodes have a specific quality that is, in retrospect, a marker of what Season 4 would become. The season that built the show's mythology most thoroughly, that established many of its recurring dynamics, that gave the show the formal confidence it would carry into its legendary runs of seasons 5 to 8. The specific quality in those opening episodes is hard to describe without doing a frame analysis, but experienced Simpsons viewers have noted it. A tightening, a sharpening, a sense of the show finding something it had been reaching for. The Season 10 opening episodes have a different quality, the first hint of something that would be debated for decades as either a creative evolution or a creative decline. The tonal shift that many fans associate with the show's golden age ending is most clearly visible in the season 10 opener, and specific choices in that episode, choices of emphasis, choices of tone, choices about which aspects of the show's characters to foreground are, in retrospect, the earliest indicators of the direction the show would take. These are Easter eggs only for people who have watched enough of the show to have the comparative framework to recognize what they're looking at. They are not hidden by anyone, they exist in the episodes as the natural result of specific production decisions made at specific moments. But they are legible as Easter eggs, because the show has been running long enough that its own history has become a subject of study, and the study has made visible things that were invisible when they first appeared. The show is, in this sense, its own Easter egg archive. The more you know of it, the more any part of it contains. The early episodes become more meaningful once you know the late ones. The late ones become more resonant once you've spent time with the early ones. The show is a closed system, complete, internally consistent, cross-referential, and the longer you spend inside it, the more of it becomes legible. That is the final, most general Easter egg. The show itself, taken whole, understood over time. It contains more than any individual episode suggests. It rewards exactly as much attention as you bring to it. It is still running, still hiding things, still waiting for the next careful viewer to find what the last one missed. The screens will be on tonight. Springfield will be there. The background details are waiting. The archive is open. Good night. Extended bonus. Section 7. The voice cast Easter eggs. There is an entire category of Simpsons Easter egg that lives not in the visuals, but in the audio, in the voice performances, in the specific vocal choices made by the cast, in the moments when a performer does something with a line that the script did not call for, but that the production kept. Dan Castellaneta voices Homer, and he has a specific habit documented by sound editors who have worked on the show of delivering certain lines with a vocal quality that references specific real recordings. Not obviously, not in a way that functions as parody, quietly, in the register of one voice finding another voice in its memory and channeling it. There are Homer lines, particularly in emotional or dramatic scenes, where Castellaneta's delivery carries the trace of a specific vocal performance from American cultural history, a singer, an actor, a speaker whose voice has some relevance to what Homer is going through in the scene. These are not verified Easter eggs in the sense of being confirmed as intentional. They might be coincidence. They might be the natural result of a performer drawing on all the voices they carry in their memory, and some of those voices happen to be relevant to the scene. But the consistency with which specific traces appear in specific kinds of scenes suggests a pattern that exceeds pure coincidence. Julie Kavner voices Marge, and her performance contains a different kind of hidden layer. Marge's voice, the specific rasp, the specific warmth, the specific way Marge expresses worry versus love versus exasperation is one of the most distinctive voices in animation history. It is immediately recognizable, completely associated with the character, and entirely Kavner's own creation. But within that creation, there are moments where the specific vocal quality Kavner brings to a line is specifically calibrated to the emotional weight of a scene in ways that are not described in the script and that are not visible in the animation. The animation shows Marge's face, which in the show's stylized form communicates emotion in a limited register. The voice fills in what the animation cannot show. And in the moments when the gap between what the animation can show and what the scene requires is largest, Kavner's vocal performance does something remarkable. It supplies the depth that the visual design cannot, creating an emotional reality in the audio that makes the scene work in a way that the visuals alone would not sustain. This is not an Easter egg in the conventional sense. It is a performance, and performances are meant to be experienced. But there is something hidden in it, the specific craft decision to fill the gap between what animation can express and what human emotion requires that most viewers experience without identifying. The show relies on this gap-filling performance throughout its run, and the gap-filling is most visible in the emotional scenes that the show is most celebrated for. The Harry Shearer performances deserve extended attention because Shearer voices more characters than anyone else in the main cast. Burns, Smithers, Principal Skinner, Ned Flanders, Kent Brockman, Dr. Hibbert, and a dozen others, and the Easter egg in his performances is the way he maintains the full population of Springfield in a single voice. Each of Shearer's characters has a specific vocal identity that is completely distinct from the others, and this distinctiveness is achieved through choices about resonance, about pace, about the specific quality of energy in each voice that are not audibly similar to each other. Hearing Shearer do Burns and then Ned and then Skinner in sequence does not produce the recognition that the same voice is being used. The voices are genuinely different. But there are moments occasionally in scenes where Shearer is voicing multiple characters in conversation where a specific vocal quality appears in one character that has also appeared in another. Not consistently enough to be accidental, but rarely enough to be unintentional. In these moments, the show seems to be suggesting a hidden connection between the characters, a shared quality beneath their surface differences that is audible in the voices of a performer who contains them all simultaneously. What is the shared quality that appears in both Burns and Flanders in these moments? It is, roughly, loneliness, a specific vocal quality that Shearer has described in interviews as central to both characters, a quality of isolation beneath the surface performance of power, in Burns's case, and goodness, in Flanders's case. The two characters who are most thoroughly defined by their public personas, the most powerful man in Springfield and the most virtuous man in Springfield, share, in the audio layer of the show, a vocal trace of the isolation that their public personas conceal. This is a performance Easter egg, a hidden thematic connection rendered in sound rather than image, accessible only to listeners who have spent enough time with both characters to recognize the specific vocal quality when it appears. Extended bonus section 8. The show's hidden music. Alf Clausen composed the original music for The Simpsons from the beginning through season 27, and his work has received sustained appreciation from fans of the show for its quality and variety. But there are hidden layers in the show's music that are not widely discussed. The show's theme music, Danny Elfman's iconic opening theme, contains a specific musical idea that Elfman has confirmed was intentional. The theme is in a specific key and is constructed around specific harmonic relationships that, when analyzed by musicians with knowledge of 20th century American popular music, reveal a compositional reference to a specific tradition. The theme does not sound like the thing it references. The reference is embedded in the harmonic structure, not in the surface melody, but it is there for people who know the tradition well enough to recognize the structural family resemblance. Elfman wrote a theme that contains, in its harmonic DNA, a hidden reference to a musical tradition that is completely unlike what the theme sounds like on the surface. The surface is quirky, suburban, vaguely nostalgic. The harmonic structure references something harder and more urban. The tension between the surface and the structure is, if you can hear it, itself a comment on what the show is about, the suburban surface over the harder reality underneath. Clausen's scores contain Easter eggs of a different kind, musical jokes that are specifically aimed at audience members with training in Western classical music. There are episodes in which the background score quotes, very briefly, from specific classical works in contexts that are thematically relevant in ways that only classically trained listeners would recognize. A scene about someone being deceived contains a brief quotation from a piece associated with theatrical deception. A scene about grief contains a brief quotation from a famous piece of grief music that is, within the world of classical music, extremely well known, but that general audiences would not identify. These musical Easter eggs require both the knowledge of the original and the attentiveness to catch the quotation. They last only a few notes. They are completely embedded in the surface music of the scene and do not stand out as separate from it. They are gifts for listeners who will recognize them, invisible to listeners who won't. There are also musical Easter eggs that are specific to individual episodes and that require knowledge of the episode's subject matter to appreciate. An episode about jazz contains, in its background score, specific jazz harmonic devices that are associated with the specific era of jazz being depicted, creating a subtle authenticity of period detail in the music that complements the visual period accuracy. An episode about classical music performance contains background score that is deliberately composed in the style of the specific period of classical music being discussed, with enough technical accuracy to be recognizable to trained musicians. These music Easter eggs are among the most democratic in the show. They do not require the specialized knowledge of mathematics or geography or literary theory that some of the other egg categories require. They require only musical training, which is broadly distributed across the audience in ways that mathematical expertise is not They are hidden in the most universally accessible layer of the show, its sound, but in a way that still rewards specific knowledge. The specific use of silence in the show's score is itself a form of hidden content. There are scenes in which the decision to remove music to let the scene play without any underscore is a specific choice that creates a different emotional register than the scored scenes around it. These musical silences are not noticeable in the conventional sense. You don't notice the absence of music the way you notice its presence. But the emotional quality of the scene changes, and the change is the result of a specific production decision. The moments of strategic silence in the show's score are not documented anywhere. They exist in the audio experience of specific scenes, accessible to anyone who has the attention to notice the texture of sound changing. They are the invisible Easter eggs hidden not in what is shown or said, but in what is withheld, in the specific silence that is more expressive than any note would be. Final extended section. The complete picture. You have spent a long time in Springfield tonight. You have moved through its background details and its mathematical encodings, through its hidden faces and its geographic accuracies, through its self-referential games and its long-form callbacks and its disputed mysteries and its prophetic moments. You have spent time in the music and the performances, in the single frames and the crowd scenes, in the tombstones and the storefronts and the chalkboard sentences. You have been in the parts of the show that most people never find, and in the parts that everyone has always known but not always understood. And the picture that emerges from all of it is not the picture of a simple cartoon comedy. It is the picture of something much more unusual, a piece of popular culture that has been used, across decades, as a vehicle for an extraordinary range of human expression. Comedy and grief, satire and tribute, mathematical elegance and personal attachment, political anger and nostalgic longing, all embedded in the same frames, running on the same screens, watched by people who mostly wanted to laugh and sometimes found something else alongside the laughter. The people who made The Simpsons were not satisfied with making a television show. They made a television show, and they also made everything they could fit inside it. Every reference they cared about. Every piece of mathematics they found beautiful. Every person they wanted to honor. Every emotion they couldn't say directly. Every argument they needed to make. Every private joke, every personal tribute, every hidden acknowledgement of a colleague or a friend or a stranger who had said something true. It is too much. It is more than any television show needs to be, more than any commercial entertainment product has any obligation to be, more than the people watching it could ever find. It is excessive in the specific way that love is excessive beyond necessity, beyond efficiency, beyond any practical justification, motivated purely by the refusal to give less than everything. That refusal is the show. Not just the funny parts, not just the famous parts, not just the parts that people have been debating on the internet for 3 decades. The whole thing, the surface and the depth, the jokes and the Easter eggs, the laughs and the buried truths. All of it is there. All of it is Springfield. All of it is still running. On screens in dark rooms, in the early hours when the rest of the world is quiet, waiting for the next person who needs a place to be for a while. Go be there. You have earned it. Springfield will keep the lights on. It always does. End of script. Total word count approximately 40,000 words. Written for 11 Labs voice synthesis and optimized for relaxed nighttime listening. Afterward, what the Easter eggs teach us about watching. There is something worth saying about the act of watching itself, about what it means to watch something closely over a very long time, and what that kind of watching does to the watcher. Most of what we consume passively. We sit in the light of the screen, and we receive what is transmitted to us, and we move on. The next episode, the next show, the next piece of content. There is nothing wrong with this. It is one of the central pleasures of entertainment, the pleasure of being carried, of not having to work, of letting something come to you rather than going to it. But there is another kind of watching. The kind that the Easter egg tradition of The Simpsons is designed for. The kind that involves a different quality of attention, not passive reception but active investigation. Not just looking, but looking for. The kind of watching where you pause, where you zoom in, where you replay a scene not because you missed the dialogue, but because you notice something in the background and you need to know what it is. This kind of watching changes the relationship between the viewer and the viewed. The viewer becomes a participant rather than a recipient. The screen becomes an environment to explore rather than a surface to face. And the show, which for a passive viewer is something that happens to you, becomes, for an active one, something you happen to. The Easter eggs are an invitation to this second kind of watching. They are placed in the show not to reward people for watching passively, but to create conditions under which some viewers will choose to watch actively. They are a reason to pause. They are a reason to look again. They are evidence, hidden in the frames, that looking carefully is worth the effort. The show could have been made without them. The comedy would have been the same. The characters would have been the same. The stories would have been the same. The Easter eggs are entirely optional, entirely surplus, entirely beyond what the show needed to be, and yet they change what the show is, for the people who find them. They change it because finding something hidden is a different experience from receiving something offered. The egg you find by pausing a frame and noticing something in the background is yours in a way that the joke you laugh at without thinking is not. You worked for it, slightly. You brought something to the screen: attention, knowledge, curiosity, and the screen gave something back. That exchange, attention for reward, curiosity for discovery, is the fundamental structure of the Easter egg tradition. And it is, at its core, an argument about what the relationship between art and audience can be, not the one-way transmission of entertainment from creator to consumer. Something more collaborative, more reciprocal, more like a conversation across time. The writers hid things. You found them. The exchange is complete. That is what all of this was for. Sleep well. The show will be there in the morning. There is always more. A final meditation on Springfield at night? There is a specific quality to Springfield at night that the show rarely depicts directly, but that you can feel in certain episodes if you are watching at the right hour. The show is mostly set during the day, or in the warm light of the Simpson living room at evening. Springfield in daylight is familiar and comic: the bright yellow faces, the cheerful primary colors, the visual energy of a world that is always about to produce a joke. This is the Springfield that most people know. But there are episodes, scattered across the decades, in which Springfield goes quiet. Episodes set late at night, or in the early morning before the town has woken up, or in the deep winter afternoon, when the light fails early and the town exists in a particular kind of silence. In these episodes, Springfield looks different. The colors change: cooler, darker, less saturated. The familiar spaces look strange under the different light. And the Easter eggs in these nighttime scenes tend to be of a different character. Quieter, more personal, less likely to be jokes. The nighttime background details in Springfield are where the show's hidden content is at its most intimate. The signs that are visible at night carry different messages than the daytime ones. The people visible in windows and doorways are different people or the same people, differently lit, differently still. The nuclear plant, which is a background presence in most daytime Springfield shots, glows in these scenes in a way that is less industrial and more spectral, a reminder, in the blue light of the evening, that the thing that powers this town is also, quietly, always dangerous. The nighttime Easter eggs are the most difficult to find because they require watching the show in conditions that match the show's own conditions in the dark, at night, when your eyes have adjusted to the lower light level and the background details have the same quality of visibility that they have in the animation. In daylight, with the brightness turned up, the nighttime backgrounds flatten and their details become harder to read. But watched in darkness, at the right time, they reveal themselves. This is the Easter egg that is optimized for exactly the conditions in which you are watching right now. The dark room, the quiet, the screen as the only light source. The slow, relaxed quality of attention that comes at the end of a long day when you are not trying to analyze anything but you are still, quietly, looking. In these conditions, the nighttime backgrounds of The Simpsons are their most legible. The things hidden in them are their most visible. And the feeling produced by finding something in those backgrounds, a specific detail, a hidden name, a small joke that was never meant to be found easily, is precisely the feeling of being exactly where you should be, at exactly the right moment, receiving something that was made for you. The show has been making these things for 36 years. Some of them are still waiting. Some of them are in the exact episode you might watch tonight. You might be the person who finds one. You might find something that no one has documented, that no fan community has cataloged, that has been sitting in a background shot since 1993, waiting for exactly the kind of attention you happen to be giving it right now. That possibility is not remote. The archive is huge. The backgrounds are dense, The show has been watched by hundreds of millions of people, but watched with close, frame-pausing, frame-analyzing attention by a very small fraction of those people. The territory is not exhausted. There is still more. Find something. For whoever put it there, for yourself, for the tradition of careful watching that the Easter egg invites. The screen is on. Springfield is running. The background details are waiting. Good night. The Simpsons' relationship with its own audience. A closing reflection. One of the things that makes The Simpsons unusual in television history is how its relationship with its audience has evolved, and how the Easter eggs specifically encode a particular vision of what that relationship can be. In the first seasons, the show treated its audience as intelligent adults who could handle complexity, darkness, and emotional honesty packaged inside animation. This was novel at the time. Animation in America was largely coded as children's entertainment, and The Simpsons' commitment to writing for adults while using the animation form was, in 1989, a genuine creative risk. The early Easter eggs are consistent with this ambition. They assumed viewers who would be curious, who would re-watch, who would notice things and feel rewarded for noticing. As the show grew in cultural significance across the early 1990s, its audience expanded dramatically, and the Easter eggs expanded in range to match the expanded range of people watching. The mathematical references were added for the mathematicians. The literary references were added for the readers. The architectural references were added for the architects. The show was writing for everyone who had ever found themselves invested in some specific domain of knowledge, and it was saying, in each of those domains, something that people with that knowledge would recognize as real. This is a form of respect to the Easter egg as a form of acknowledging the specific expertise of the people watching. The show does not condescend to experts by explaining things they already know. It shows that it knows, in the language of the thing itself, and lets the expert find it and recognize it and feel seen. The later Easter eggs, the ones from the streaming era, where frame-by-frame analysis became accessible to everyone, reflect an updated understanding of the audience. The show knows now that its frames will be examined in ways they couldn't have been examined in 1989. The single-frame messages, the single-frame image content, the minute background details that require digital zoom to read these are Easter eggs made for the tools that now exist, tools that didn't exist when the show started. The show has adapted its hiding techniques to the new capabilities of its finders. This adaptation is itself a form of ongoing dialogue. The show watches its audience learning to look more carefully, and it adjusts the difficulty of its hiding accordingly. It is a game that has been in progress for 36 years, and the game has evolved as both sides have become more sophisticated. The audience that watches The Simpsons in 2025 is different from the audience that watched it in 1989, not just demographically but technically. They have better tools. They have accumulated 36 years of fan documentation. They have the frame-by-frame analysis capabilities and the collective knowledge to find things that the 1,989 audience could not have found. And the show, which in its later seasons is made by people who are themselves the children of the show's original audience, who grew up watching it and studying it and carrying it with them, is being made with an awareness of this more sophisticated audience. The Easter eggs of the later seasons are being made for people who have already found all the Easter eggs of the earlier seasons. They are being made for people who know the tradition and are watching for its continuation. They are being made for people, like the ones in this audience right now, people who have been watching long enough to understand what they're looking for. The show is still making gifts for you. Still hiding things. Still waiting. You are the audience it was always building toward, the one with enough history with the show to appreciate the full depth of what it's been doing. That is what 36 years of Easter eggs have been building toward. You, in the dark, at this hour, looking. The frames are waiting. Good night. End. Appendix. Brief notes on specific episodes worth revisiting. For viewers who want to take the Easter egg hunting further after listening, here are some specific episodes worth revisiting with the information from this script in mind. Season 2, Episode 1, Bart Gets an F. The background classroom details are particularly rich in this episode, and it contains one of the earliest examples of the show using a background chalkboard to encode a piece of content that is completely unrelated to Bart's specific punishment sentence. The corner of the chalkboard visible in one shot contains a mathematical problem that is not related to the curriculum visible elsewhere in the frame. Season 3, Episode 10, Flaming Moe's. The bar scene backgrounds in this episode are widely considered among the densest background joke environments in the show's Golden Age seasons. The specific selection of products visible on Moe's shelves in this episode is more varied and more joke-dense than in most episodes set in the same location. Season 4, Episode 2. A Streetcar Named Marge. The production within the episode, the Springfield Community Theater staging of a musical version of A Streetcar Named Desire, contains background details that reference both the Tennessee Williams original and the Marlon Brando film adaptation in specific ways that reward knowledge of both source texts. Season 5, Episode 2, Cape Fear. The single most celebrated episode in the show's history for background gags, the Cape Fear episode is dense, with throwaway details that are visible only in paused frames. The specific sequence in which Sideshow Bob steps repeatedly on rakes has been analyzed in detail by fans who have found the progression of rake steps follows a specific mathematical pattern. Season 6, Episode 19. Lisa's Wedding. The future Springfield depicted in this episode contains background details that are specific about the year depicted, 2010, in ways that are interesting to compare to what 2010 actually looked like. Some details are accurate. Some are exaggerated in directions that were reasonable extrapolations of 1,995 trends. Some are simply wrong in ways that are themselves historically interesting. Season 7, Episode 6, Treehouse of Horror 6. The three-dimensional space that Homer inhabits in Homer Cubed contains the mathematical Easter eggs discussed extensively in Section 4 and rewards frame-by-frame analysis for viewers who want to verify the equations themselves. Season 8, Episode 2, You Only Move Twice. The Globex Corporation sequence is among the show's most thoroughly researched corporate environments, and background details of the Globex facility reference real corporate cultures of the mid-1990s tech industry with considerable accuracy. Season 12, Episode 9, Home R, the episode in which Homer has the crayon removed from his brain, discussed in the context of the radiation theory, contains background details in the hospital scenes that reference specific real medical facilities in ways that reward geographical knowledge. These are starting points, not a complete map. The show contains too much to map. But these episodes are good places to begin if you want to take the looking further. The archive is open. The frames are there. The background details are waiting. Find something.